Thanks, Mike. Okay, so sorry I can't be there today. As you can tell, I'm not from your part of the world. I'm from Greater Manchester in the UK. As you can tell by the accent. And I just want to say a big thanks to ScaleForEtail for putting on an amazing event across the world. I was at the London and Manchester event and it was fantastic. I hope the food's as good as it was there because the food was brilliant. But yeah, big thanks to Mike and Melanie and the team for organising everything, really. And all the sponsors, etc. So today I'm going to be talking about something slightly different, just to give you a bit of background on who I am. So I come from a multimedia digital background. I used to work with Macromedia, and I've worked in e-commerce for approximately 12 years, scaling a few brands up 7 figures, etc. And through that period of time, I've, myself personally, I've learned that there's a stronger correlation now more than ever between digital media and marketplace. You've got TikTok, you've got Snap, you've got Instagram. So today I'm going to be talking about something slightly different. I'm not going to be providing any white hat hacks. I'm going to be trying to get you to think a bit differently about external traffic flows and the potential that you have by formulating a strategy by building audiences externally, especially through Instagram and TikTok, and how you can utilize that to be able to scale not only your URLs and brands and your listings on Amazon, for example, but also how to gauge a lot more traffic externally on the likes of Google, for example, and redirect that through to your Amazon listing. So I'm just going to get the presentation up now. And we'll get started. Okay, can you guys see that now? Has that come up yet? There we go. Okay, so Trendlution. Trendlution is a recent company I'm the founder of, and it's a global digital media agency, and we work with large brands and affiliates to scale social presence through multimedia marketing. And what does that mean? I'll break that down as we go through the presentation. And we basically work with social and digital media, and we, again, use these tools to be able to have effects on URLs and to rank products externally. Now, most people know what this is, if you're old enough, but obviously back to the future, and the digital media is the future. Back in 2012, there wasn't such a thing as PPC on Amazon. I mean, you didn't have any PPC agencies whatsoever. Why? Because it wasn't relevant. Now, I'm here today to say to you that digital media needs to be taken more seriously. You need to, for example, if I ask now within that room how many people have a digital media expert, whether it's third party externally or internally within your company, most people that I've asked, or most audiences that I've asked across the world, have maybe 3 hands go up within the audience. This is serious and this is a big deal, because in the next 10 years, we calculate that most companies will have an internal digital media expert, just like most people now have a PPC expert or use a PPC agency for advertisement that didn't exist in 2012. So I'm here to say, don't be late to the game. You better be in at the front and trialing these things and testing them now, because since the blow up of COVID and the exponential increase of external traffic with the A9 algorithm, because you've got to remember the A9 now considers external traffic very seriously, if not more seriously than prior to COVID. Why? Because Amazon aren't silly. The engineers aren't silly, and they look outside the window and they can see the likes of Shopify, Magento, WooCommerce, all these different external companies and platforms that are utilizing this external traffic and getting sales. So Amazon now take that into serious consideration when you bring in external traffic to rank your products on Amazon through the A9. So don't be late to the game. That's the first point I'd like to make. And I'm going to try and change your mindset today to really think about this more seriously and to intricate this into your business a lot more effectively. So the first thing I'm going to speak about is something we take very seriously at Trendlution. It's something we've devised called the social sideways, and it's basically to do with social signals. Now, those who don't know what a social signal is, it's very simple. So when you've got a like, for example, on Instagram, or you get a pin or repin on Pinterest, just something that creates an action, that's known as a social effect, so to speak. And what is the social sideways? Well, it's a combination of audiences. So when you build an audience, for example, on Instagram, across socials, so different socials. So that's a combination of audiences that correlate through social signals. So if you've got, for example, Instagram, TikTok, and Pinterest, all these different social signals could be pointing towards your URL and exponentially ranking that up on Google. I'll give you an example of what we found previously. So we managed to rank to position 0 with a video pin on Pinterest with 2.5 billion search term on Google that ranks from the UK and the US for free. I'll let you take that in. That's literally to get to the top of Google. We managed to get a video to the top from the UK in the US for free by using a video pin. That's the power of the digital media at the moment. So this is why we're saying you should be utilizing this, because every single piece of traffic is important, whether it's internal or external. So social signals, they form a 360 cross-platform resource pool of broad traffic. When simplified, social signals are primarily shares, likes, as I've described, and comments as well, that your content attracts on social media platforms such as Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, and Pinterest. This can be on any social media platform. And I'll give you an example. So I know you've got companies that will take on board Google SEO now to rank on Amazon externally, but it can take months for an SEO campaign to take effect on Google. So to leverage this is another plus point of social signals and aid your SEO strategy. Social signals help to generate your first visitors sooner and can help achieve the desired results in a shorter period of time. So if you've got your Google ads campaigns running to force that traffic across to Amazon, this could actually increase that velocity a lot quicker. So it's really important that it can actually aid your ads campaigns as well. And as a 360, if you imagine this, as you boost your social signals, so increase your audience size, you gain a larger audience, you drive more traffic to your listings. And as that audience grows, so too does the traffic. It can be evergreen. It can be, it basically can create this whirlwind of velocity of traffic flow that keeps coming and coming, especially if you build the audience. And I'm going to speak specifically today about how to build the audience and the most important way that you could do it. So that image right there kind of is a good representation of how Instagram and TikTok work together, because they are very similar in the way that they work with the 15-second reels, etc. And they work very well together. But also you've got to remember you've got an East-based company and a West-based company, so they don't really like each other because they're both competition. However, if you can synergize them, if you can synchronize them, they're very powerful, because not only are you going to be able to put a reel on Instagram, but if you can autonomize that and put it on both platforms at the same time with a redirected traffic flow to your listing on Amazon, you're actually increasing the traffic flow by 2 times effect. So these guys, they don't get on, but they're very respectful of each other and they actually live in the same room. And that's what we're trying to get across with that image. Obtaining Instagram and TikTok synergy to create a broad audience and boost your social listings through social signals is something I'm going to go through later. And there are actionable content. I won't be going through that too much today, but it will be downloadable on the presentation from the guys there afterwards. Okay, and another thing we've devised at Trendlution is the social sideways methodology. Now, I'm only going to speak about Meta and TikTok today, because if I go into this into too much detail, it may be too much to take in all at once. So we've broken this down to explain just how it can work on ecosystems of traffic flow. So within this circular, and this is not the sideways I'll explain in a second, on the outside of this circular is all your targets. Now, this could be your URLs of your Amazon listing. It can be anything. Because when I was in Vegas last year, I noticed approximately between 70 and 80% of people now in the Amazon community have dual stores or omni-channel. So they'll have an Amazon store, they'll have a Shopify store. So this isn't just applicable to your Amazon store. This methodology is applicable to pretty much anywhere on the marketplace, online. So if you look at in the center there, you've got your ASINs, you've got your URLs, You've got your website URL storefront, which could be your Shopify store. You've got your YouTube profile page. Remember, YouTube is a Google-based company. Is basically Google that run YouTube. So, YouTube videos rank high as well. And some Amazon influencers, for example, that do sell as well. If you imagine this, if you had a URL that redirected from your YouTube listing to your Amazon listing, it's not only ranking on Google once, it's ranking twice, because it actually ranks on YouTube as well. So if you can actually utilize these things for your specific needs, then they'll work twice as well. You can end up with 5 times traffic flow. You've got digital assets. I know some people don't speak about NFTs, etc., but you can actually do things that you can't conventionally do and not do on Amazon with terms of service. So you're not breaking terms of service, but it gives you an opportunity to be able to scale things with keywords that you can't keyword on Amazon, that you need to rank. So that's another plus point. So all those within that circular are just the targets. And now, if we see this, these are all the TikTok posts that you've got going on. Now, I know that this is demographically applicable. So you may have a different audience. You may have a Gen Z audience. You may have millennial audience. It all depends on where and how you want to do this in regards to what socials you use. But with this demonstration, I'm going to show you just now with TikTok, Instagram, and Meta, because Meta obviously covers a broad scope of things, including WhatsApp, all the different connections that you could be missing out on. And that is just one ecosystem. Now, all these connections, if you can see, it's a very simplified diagram, are hitting those targets, your URLs of your Amazon store, your Shopify storefront, YouTube channel, etc. That is all external traffic that you guys are missing out on. And it's gold, absolute gold. And in the future, it could be a secret weapon that needs to be utilized to be able to scale things over the competition. Now then, with this now, if you look, so the one that's highlighted on your screen on the left, I believe, it says 700 followers. So that's an example of 700 followers, social signals that are coming into those different URLs. And that's just off Instagram and TikTok. Now then, if you think of it this way, and most people I've spoken to don't, people who are on TikTok and Instagram are also on Snap, are also on LinkedIn. So you could have all these URLs crossing over, but you're actually crossing over to other socials as well. It's not just, okay, let's put stuff on Instagram. Instagram could be connected to LinkedIn. And the thing is, if you look at all these different ecosystems here, there's 6 in total. You've got YouTube, you've got Snap, you've got all these different social media platforms. All these platforms and all these ecosystems are being hit from 700 followers. You could actually potentially be reaching out to just over 2.5 million audience, because it's the way that you are thinking of this in the bigger scope. And as you build your audience, that reach becomes bigger. And as there's more engagement, guess what? Your URLs will rank higher. It's quite a simple philosophy, but it's something that's not simple if you don't have a battle plan. So you need to probably A/B test to be able to get the right kind of blend in order to be able to scale your products. But this is something that, again, I keep emphasizing, you've got to take seriously. Next few years, we believe it's going to be a big thing. Now, create your broad audience, then you can niche down an exact target with data. Now, we work with a company called Minter.io. They're not very expensive monthly, and they have a really good platform. It shows the correlating data between Instagram and TikTok, and it simplifies everything demographically. I would advise people maybe have a look at that, just because it's very simplified, easy data to be able to manage, and also shows you how many engagements you're getting, etc., across TikTok and Instagram at the same time, which, again, I'm trying to emphasize that autonomy is a big thing, which I'll go into more in this demonstration. So while social signals are not an official Google ranking factor, it's a fact that they do greatly affect search engine optimization, as we've discussed, both directly and indirectly, which I'm going to go into in more detail. So how do social signals affect SEO directly? So they drive additional external traffic to your listing and website, we've spoken about, but not just through ads, organically as well. That's a big deal, because obviously, without organics, you've got no ads. That's the way it works. So that's the first point. They can help you rank for search terms. Again, I've spoken about not breaking, that's the wrong word, but I've spoken about going around terms of service. So it gives you more flexibility and freedom to be able to keyword things, but you have to be very careful. I do caution you that you do check with the relevant agent, for example, at Pinterest, and say, is this keyword allowed? Very simple to get hold of an agent. You just sign up for the ads platform and they'll assign one to you. So it might be worth you thinking about that in regards to a client that comes along from some category that you think, not too sure, could take that on board as an agency. However, how are we going to keyword that? It could give you an option, and that's the point. And point number 3 is more social signals equals more trust on associated algorithms. So that's really important, because the more that your brand, for example, and I'll give you an example of this. So Pinterest engine, so the visual engine, it actually takes into consideration brands very seriously with the color schemes, corporate identity. You've got big brands on there, Gymshark, for example, they're getting millions of traffic flow on Pinterest coming through to their store every single week. So the more that you have that sort of correlating brand entity, the more that algorithms trust you. And Pinterest actually looks at that and can put one-on-one together and make two very easily with regards to how it looks at the image of your product. And here's another point. So I'm just specifically talking about Pinterest quickly. Believe it or not, an image is actually keyworded before the description and the alt text and anything else on Pinterest. So it's very important now that you actually think about how the images are broken down keyword wise. What I mean by that is, imagine looking at it from a human point of view. If it's got, for example, a basket within the foreground, it will keyword the basket. Most people may know that from Facebook, etc., because when you have a slow connection and the image is loading, it sometimes shows you the keywords first before it actually shows you the image. So that's another really important factor to consider when you're thinking about how you do your images, but also how these social platforms work. So how social signals affect SEO indirectly. So more social signals equals more natural link building opportunities. I've discussed that with the previous ecosystem. So you're building link building opportunities across different socials. So you could end up with 3 times, 4 times more traffic flow than normal. Social signals can help increase your content's lifespan. So if it keeps getting hit up by these social signals, guess what? It keeps it relevant, which means that it's always going to be around. We all know what can happen when an item starts to free fall down the algorithm of the A9. So this is a good opportunity to be able to content refresh and be able to keep refreshing these external traffic flows that could be leveraging you up and your URLs up on the algorithm. And the third point is social signals can boost your content's performance. I'll give you an example. So if you were to post something on Instagram and it's not been live for a while, I'm talking maybe a story, it could be anything, and it's not been live, no, sorry, not a story, just a post, and it's not been live for a while. Imagine if something went viral that was a product that was on there that hadn't been accessed or used for a long time. It's there. That's the whole point. So that basket that wasn't relevant, suddenly a famous person or influencer will talk about the specific basket. And guess what? Because it's already there, it goes viral, and that viral traffic hits your URLs and boosts them exponentially. So let's see how social signals can reach their true potential. Now, I'm not going to go through this too much because it's all actionable content, but this is basically something that will be downloadable, and it's just to explain how you can autonomize a post between Instagram and TikTok. Now, I'll click through this. You will need a mobile and you will need a desktop to do this, because for some reason, when you sign up with, for example, Instagram, you need to have a Meta Facebook account. Most people will know all this kind of thing, but I'm just explaining this in the simplest form, just so you can get an idea of how you can action this. Now, when I've asked people within the audience previously and said, what would you set up first? A TikTok account or an Instagram account? And how would you post? What would you do first? Now, you've got to consider that when a TikTok post is put on Instagram and the watermark is on there, the algorithm will devalue that straight away because they're competitors. So it's always important that you do the Instagram post first instead of doing the TikTok post. It makes sense completely because they don't really get along, but they know they exist. They're both competitors again. So that's really important if you get that in your head, that to post from Instagram to TikTok first is the best way to do it. I'll go through this quite quickly. This is just explaining how to set up the accounts and link them, etc., from Facebook across to Instagram and then to do TikTok. And just be careful you don't use your personal profile. You can convert that, but be very careful. I mean, the Meta Business Suite is okay. It's not really my go-to, but the Meta Business Suite is a good place to start. Obviously, most people who use Facebook will know the Meta Business Suite. But that's why I was saying before, if you can use Minter.io for tracking both TikTok and Instagram, it's a lot more fluid and it's a lot more detailed as well. It'll give you a lot more feedback data-wise. Again, this is all downloadable later. I won't read all of this because we could be here for an hour. And it just explains as well the correct ratio to use if you don't know. So you've got to avoid really a 1-to-1 ratio, which is the square ratio of Instagram. It's good to use a 9:16 ratio on Instagram Reels for optimal mobile experience, but also just be very careful that you use the right ratio, because if you don't, you won't get the optimized effect that you want on a mobile phone. That's really important. So try and think about that when you're filming or editing anything that you need to put online. Also, in regards to the video, something that a lot of people don't realize is that with the video algorithm, especially on Google, there's 30 frames per second on average within a video at the moment. Now, why are videos the future? Well, if you think within 1 second you have 30 images. Now, those 30 images are keyworded, just like I've explained with the engine at Pinterest. So you imagine within 1 second how much more power you've got within a video. And that's the whole point. The video is always and will be king when it comes to content refresh, because you've got so much data and so many opportunities of keywords within those 30 frames per second. That's why you could be onto a winner in regards to a secret weapon in the future on whatever social platform that you choose. Okay, so I'll briefly go over this. So as part of the case study, I did 150 days training. It was insane. I don't know why. I've lost a lot of weight. That's the plus side of it. But we did it mostly because it was down to a data point of view. We wanted to see just how much we could scale within the fitness sector. And it's all about a story. It's quite important on Instagram if you have a story, because if you have a story, you can sell products. And I'll give you a non-direct example on TikTok on how to sell something. For example, I'm going to give you I'll give you something that's relevant to everybody, and something that's quite mundane. But I'll give you an example of the spatula. So it's a kitchen-based item. However, if you think about this logically, if you build your audience big enough, and you're on TikTok and your daughter's got a talent, and that talent is, dancing. Demographically, you've got between 22 to 35-year-old moms who are looking at that dancing reel. It's gone viral. And you've got a link, for example, or you could have a URL every so often that points towards a spatula. That's the power of the audience. So if you can build an audience, it's not just how you can directly target like PPC, it's how you can indirectly target people as well. You could be hitting the millennials at a certain point. And that's what I'm trying to say, is that the bigger the audience, the more you can refine it and the more traffic flow you can get as well. Now, going back to this, so for 150 days, I was training to test relevant data with theories in conjunction with Minter.io and to build relations and connections to increase social signal output. And I shared this journey. It's online. And after 100 days, the team here, we gained access to multiple fitness channels equating to 7 million users through influence and social crossover. So basically, as this story grew, we actually got approached and got access to 3 to 4 different large fitness brands that said, oh, it's pretty cool what you're doing. Would you like to, maybe post on our social feeds? That gave us access to 7 million people looking at this, this account. That gives you an option to post a product every so often and redirect that traffic flow again to Amazon. And just to give you an example, recently what we found on top of this, because the reason I'm not over there today is because we've built a studio. It's the next phase of our project. We do have clients, but this is something that we're doing to be able to increase the clients' followers, etc. Is that because of this journey, we've moved into Trendlution. I'm carrying on doing the fitness exercises, etc. Not just, it's not about an egotistical thing. It's more about the data. And we actually managed to attain 500 followers, and that's not bought followers. That's nothing that we've done anything out of the ordinary. 500 followers in a single day. And my target is within the next 6 weeks to 8 weeks is to get 10,000 audience based upon the principle of what we found out. That's unreal. That's 500 followers in a day. And that's not something that we've paid for. Again, that's something that's in relevant category, in the fitness category. And if you imagine, if we could build an audience over 6 months and you've got 60 to 100,000 followers, imagine the potential of those followers being able to buy through your account, and that just continues to grow and grow and grow. So that's a shorter presentation than I expected, but I hope that I've kind of given you guys something to think about, and something that isn't considered serious at the moment. And I believe in the next few years it should be, because I believe it's going to be a secret weapon and something that you can use under your belt, whether you're a PPC agency, a large 7 or 8 figure brand, it doesn't matter. But yeah, there you go. Thank you. You still there, Mike?
Hi, Matt. Can you hear me now?
I can, yeah. I thought I'd just been left in the dark
perfect.
there, and I was like, where is everybody gone?
Sorry about that. Okay, we've got a question.
Yeah, sure. I can just about hear you. I think the microphone might be too far away. Just about. Hi.
Okay, great. Any brand owner knows that the more content is limited, lifestyle images, things like that. Do you think that?
Sorry, Mike, it's cut off again, I think.
That's it.
I heard lifestyle images then. I heard lifestyle images.
All right. Any brand owner knows that posting content is sort of limited. Should a brand owner be focused on getting as much UGC as possible, or is there another sort of content that we should be pursuing?
Good question. I mean, it's applicable to different socials. That it depends, but I'll give you an example. So, it's the problem with, for example, lifestyle is that it's saturated. So when you look at these from an engineering point of view, when you look at these content engines, they're looking for something different. I did do a presentation on how to create, for example, a pin last year, image-wise, because it's more about vibrancy and simplicity. It's being able to capture the audience in a way that the visual engine will look at it differently. Because if you
and I'll explain why you should use Google Ads. Okay, so this is my ad agency. I own 100% of it. There's no partners, there's no shareholders, no nothing. It's just me 100%. Started in January 2011. I've actually been doing Google Ads since 2009. So I know the platform fairly well. Based in London, we have an in-house team. Everything's done in an office. Something that works all in an office. We do have a few virtual assistants that assist our account managers.
Oh, sorry. Let's get that on you.
The granular data, we focus more on strategy and high level thinking with the clients as well when we're managing accounts. But yeah, so why use DSP? So as you all know, PPC is an incredibly powerful tool at targeting people when they are looking for you. And that's brilliant. And there's only so much you can do in terms of scaling. There's only so many relevant keywords you can find that have a good enough conversion rate to help keep and maintain the overall conversion rate of your account. Now with display ads, the big benefit is you can not only target people at the purchase intent level, but you can also target people after they've purchased. So you know they have an interest in your product or someone else who has products similar to yours. And then you can also go up to those who don't even know they need your product yet. So as an example, if you sold a stroller if you sold diapers, you can advertise to people who've just purchased strollers. They're likely to be in the market to buying diapers because they're probably going to have a baby soon, hence why they bought the stroller. So you can leverage that data to your benefit. And I can touch on the others in a little bit. So for those who don't know what DSP is, it's like Amazon's demand side platform is a demand side platform. This is not PPC. It's a completely different league of its own. It's interest-based targeting. Display ads is a light version of that. Another example of DSP, which you'll all be familiar with, is Facebook ads. Facebook ads, it's its own kind of DSP. You can buy inventory on Facebook and outside of Facebook through Facebook ads. Now, the big difference between Facebook ads and Amazon DSP is the fact that with everything you can do on Facebook ads, like location targeting, gender targeting, age targeting, interest and behavior, you can do that with Amazon. But the big benefit about Amazon is Amazon has the richest data on people's buying behavior in the world. No one else matches up to what they have access to. So if someone's purchased a certain type of item, doesn't matter what type of item it's on Amazon, you can target that audience. Facebook does not have that ability. It does not have that data. Secondly, Amazon is dealing with first-party data. This isn't information that Amazon has received from kind of outsourced and found from other parties, and they're trying to make it work, and there's a 90% chance it's relevant. This is completely relevant. This is all their information, which we have access to with DSP. And another big thing with Facebook ads is, especially when you're sending traffic from Facebook to Amazon, is Amazon doesn't speak back to Facebook. So Facebook can't optimize for conversions and sales. You can't do that. Whereas with Amazon's demand side platform, it all lives in one place. So you can so Amazon will learn exactly what positions during what time, during what ad sizes, and what promotions convert best. So over time, your performance should improve. So what's worked well with DSP for us? So when we first started doing DSP, there was no blogs or content out there for us to read and to learn about. There wasn't really anyone doing Amazon DSP for sellers. It's called an endemic type of endemic advertising. There was no one doing it. So we were fortunate enough to have a few Amazon sellers who had quite a bit of money to spare on advertising, and they gave us the money and said, George, test and see what works and work off that. So we created our own ways and methods of working on Amazon's demand side platform. One of the best areas we've seen work is using brand analytics and going into market basket analysis, where you can understand, okay, if someone's purchased one of your ASINs, what other ASINs do they tend to purchase, right? We then use that and we actually target everyone who's purchased those other items. We target that as an audience and re-advertise our products. And you can see here from these examples, in some of the campaigns that we run, they generate not only some of the best sales, but the highest ROAS. Again, here's another example of an account where the majority of the sales have come through the cross-selling campaigns. And there's another example, again, where the ROAS just outperforms every other campaign that we have running. So that's one example. Another area we've seen really work is ASIN targeting. This is something I always drum on about. So when we first started doing it, a year before, Amazon released this feature. I actually speak to the person at Amazon who developed this with the team, but this is where you're able to, and you won't see this if you don't have access to DSP. So with DSP, you can actually target anyone who's viewed a product over a certain period of time, and you can target anyone who's excluded any products. Now, I know what you're thinking, George, we can do this for display ads. You're not telling me anything new here. With DSP, on the other hand, you can take an audience of anyone who's purchased a similar item to yours and someone else's item, and you can exclude it from the audience that you've got running. So you increase the efficiency. So if someone's purchased a one-time impulse buy, they're less likely to purchase it again. With display ads, you're not able to do that just yet. You're able to create those who viewed an audience or those who have purchased as an audience, but you can't exclude, you can't layer these audiences. This will come to display ads. When it comes to display ads, you'll see a big improvement in efficiency and conversion rates. So that's something to look out for. We had one particular account, it's an 8-figure version onto 9 figures when they came on, And they had 500 different ASINs, all had a good amount of conversions come through them. And all we did is we re-advertised to those who viewed the product but haven't purchased yet. So let's just take it as an example. If you have a conversion rate of 30 to 40%, 70 to 60% of people are not interested in your product. It's probably just not a good time for them to purchase, right? So the ability to create additional touch points over a few days allows you to then continue to have a relationship with that audience, and then you're going to get some more conversions. And that's what we did with this particular brand. So in market and lifestyle audiences. So I know a few of you probably know that there's issues of attribution with DSP, and you've also seen that of display ads, that the numbers don't match up in terms of sales. It's not as clear as it is with PPC, and even PPC sometimes it's off to what you kind of see. So total sales is probably one of the only things you can really trust. So as a test with one of our clients, they were happy enough to allow us to trial 2 ASINs where we did just DSP, no PPC from the launch, no reviews, no nothing. We're able to spend 4K and generate 9,000. So that might not seem like a massive deal to most people, but this is just to prove the point that you can generate a decent amount of sales just through this DSP. It does work. That was on Amazon traffic, and then this was off Amazon traffic. So we used another $4,000 and generate 10,000 back. And this is, bear in mind, during Q4, and this was an item that was kind of fairly sought out for. There's no one else really selling this particular gift item. So attacking different brands. We're working with a brand that's just basically trying to dominate at the moment anything to do with laundry detergents on Amazon. So what we can do is, and we have done, is we can target a brand like Persil. We can go into a subcategory like laundry detergents, and we can target every laundry detergent that Persil has on Amazon. Now, the big difference between this and ASIN targeting is if Persil then decide to produce different sizes of laundry detergents or different flavors or, I don't know, different features, right? That will automatically go into this audience and will automatically be advertising to that particular market. This is something you can do with DSP. Now, this is new. This has been out for 2-3 months now. Amazon DSP allows you now to target, subscribe, and save audiences. So you can target now Amazon's most loyal customers. So if you know someone's bought a probiotic for their dog, or they bought shower gel, anti-dandruff shower gel, right? You know they need a particular type of product. You can target that audience. It doesn't have to be those who have subscribed and saved to your product. It could be someone who subscribed and saved to other people's product. Let that sink in for a second. Think about any products that really closely match. So you know if someone purchases this product, they're likely to buy yours. You can now target them for Amazon DSP. Not only that, it gets better. You can exclude this audience as well. So if you're targeting people, and with DSP, you can see reports of, okay, how many sales have you had and how many subscribe and save have you had over the last few weeks? You can exclude them. So if they've already subscribed and saved, why on earth would you show them another ad? So this is a great way to improve efficiency. And then audience targeting. There's a whole range of different ways you can target people on Amazon. So I just talked about product targeting and brands. You can also target Amazon stores. Amazon owns IMDb, so you can target people who have viewed certain artists, genres, films, TV shows, and you can serve ads to that audience. We haven't really messed around with Twitch just much. I know we've done some audio ads, but I haven't spoken to the members of the team who've played with that. So that's that. And then Google Ads. I've only started talking about Google Ads. Probably LA was the first time I started talking about Google Ads. We've now come back and kind of are going back into Google Ads. I want to explain to you guys why you should do it. So here's a few of the reasons. Here's what I'm going to be going through, and then I promise it's going to end. I do not like wasting people's time, so I will finish on time. So put your hand up if you do any exact match targeting through PPC. Great, there's a few of you here. Now, why Google Ads? Why should we even consider doing it, George, is probably your question. So the first thing is, I'm sure you've all seen the percentage of PPC sales coming through your account is growing. You're seeing more PPC growth compared to organic growth. Put your hand up if you've seen that. Okay, one person. Everyone else is doing just great. So there's that to bear in mind. Not only that, is the cost per click bids are also increasing a crazy amount on Amazon. Google Ads is now become cheaper than Amazon ads. This was not the case when I started doing this. So you're getting far less traffic. The volume of traffic through Google Ads is on a different level to what you see on Amazon. It's a different ball game. So winning organic traffic, winning organic rank, therefore becomes more expensive because the real estate for paid advertising has become even more kind of expanded further on Amazon search results. And Amazon loves external traffic. And you know, there's ways to know what Amazon loves, and I'm going to show you in the bonus part exactly why Amazon love this. So making Google ads work. So some of you might have tried Google ads and it hasn't worked. Let me explain to you the strategy that we use, and we've seen it work time and time again now. So the first thing is we only focus on exact match keyword targeting, So if you're doing exact match keyword targeting of Amazon ads and you know what's working, you're tracking through Helium 10 or whatever tool you're using, the ranking of your products, then marry it up with Google ads traffic and you're going to see something special. You're going to see real movement. Now, using a search performance query report, you can then understand, okay, what percentage of share you can win with that information. So all this information Amazon's given us can really allow us to go into the finer details and find out what keyword is worth your while putting ad spend behind. So there's that. So the main focus is ranking. That's the key thing with Google Ads. If you're trying to get a good ACOS, forget it. Don't even go there. You have to remember, Google is a search engine. People are not ready to buy as they are if they visit Amazon. So that's the second thing. Now, don't get me wrong, we do see attractive ACOS results on some campaigns, but that is never the result. The result is to increase total sales, right, for a particular keyword and improve ranking. That's the main thing, the way we work here. You do need to require brand registry so you can have access to search performance query report. Otherwise, you're flying blind. And you don't really want to do that. You need to have a good amount of inventory. Don't test it out with a product that's about to run out. But on the flip side, don't think, oh, this product, I want to do it with that because I've got a lot of inventory. Why do you have a lot of inventory? Now, it goes in nicely to the next point, which is what Amazon love to call retail ready. Is there a good track performance of your product doing well? Don't give your ad person really bad products that don't sell well. It might have used to sell well in the past, but you're no longer as competitive as you were before and expect different results. It doesn't work like that. And then also, do you have a higher average conversion rate compared to your category? You can find this information out if you go into PPC brand metric. You can see how your conversion rate matches up to your category. Now, if you have a lower conversion rate than your category conversion rate, then you need to stop even considering this. You need to work on your listings, your promotion, your price, and everything else to make sure that you got everything kind of in order. So keyword research, how we do keyword research. There's two parts of running a Google Ads campaign that can determine the success. This is the two areas you spend more time on, keyword research and ads. This is really, really important, finding the right keywords. So the first step is you go into Google Keyword Planner and you find as many different keywords that you can target that are relevant to you. Now, when you found those keywords, the first thing you want to look at is the first point is relevance, right? What keywords seem relevant? That's the first thing. If you're doing vitamin D supplements, for example, you don't want to target just gummy or D3 unless you have other data that proves otherwise. Unless you have PPC data that shows you actually it converts really well and there's good potential there. That's the first thing, relevance. The second point you'd have to consider as well is there sufficient traffic coming through Amazon on a monthly basis? Is there sufficient traffic? Now, there's no point. Yeah. Questions at any point, by the way. Feel free to interrupt. Yeah.
How do you get Google Keyword Planner gives that data to you, Amazon search volume, or you'd have to get that separately on the Jungle Scatter or Helium?
I use a tool for that.
Got it.
Yeah, I use a tool. Yeah, good point.
The Amazon search volume, is that something that is accessible by the Google Keyword Planner, or you have to get an external report from Helium 10 or something?
Yeah, so external tool from Helium 10 or other tools, they'll give you that information. So that's the first thing, sufficient Amazon traffic. Second point is Google search volume as well. So even if you've got a phenomenal amount of search traffic through Amazon, if you don't have enough traffic coming from Google, then you're not going to move the needle, right? There's no point putting effort into that. Now, this is extreme examples of 300,000 and 110,000. If you've got 2,000 or 3,000 searches a month, that's sufficient amount for a particular keyword to test. So I wouldn't go any less than 2,000 searches a month. Now, the fourth point is Amazon rank. Now, if you're ranked position 239, Google keyword track, unless you're willing to put a whole load of money behind it, you might get you to position 100, but you're not going to see much results because you're not on the first page. You're not, unless you have one of those products where people really need to do their research before they purchase, they're not going to scroll down that much. Now take the search performance query reports and you can understand, okay, where are you positioned right now? So you can find out, okay, my total purchase, there's a potential to get 1,181 conversions a week, around 1,000 sales a week. At the moment, I'm getting 1 sale a week. Okay. Now there's a potential. You might think, oh, that's so bad. It's not. It's very exciting. This shows there's a really good opportunity for you to take more of that share for that particular keyword, right? So if you put more traffic through Google Ads for a keyword like this, right, then you're likely to see more sales and put your money into a better investment when it comes to long-term ranking. However, you've got another keyword, and these keywords are very similar keywords. This keyword had total sales of 56 a week, 56 to 1,000 a week. This had more traffic coming from Google Ads than this did. Instantly, when we looked at this data, we killed this keyword. There's no point. Even if we see improvement in ranking, who cares? The sales ain't there. You're never going to get the sales for that keyword. So that's something else to bear in mind. Search performance query report. All I did here is I went into brand analytics, search performance query report. I went down by ASIN, so there's the ASIN tab, and then I've just taken all the information off for that keyword over a 2-week period. 2 weeks, week by week period is excessive. You might want to do it monthly, but for this particular account, he wants to see it every month, which is a bit annoying, but anyway, we can do that. We're still trying to systemize it so that we have people automatically produce these themselves, ourselves. They produce it for us. Okay, and then ad creatives. The difference between Google Ads and Amazon ad creatives is the fact that you can't really make too many changes to your ad list, your adverts, because it could impact your listing. It can suspend it, suppress it, all these lovely things that Amazon does. With Google, you could do whatever you like, right? You could put in a keyword that is bad, right? The worst thing that will happen is your ad will get disapproved, right? You'll get disapproved and you just create a new one, right? Obviously, don't take the mic. Don't put stuff about guns or stuff like that onto there because you might get in trouble for that. But you have the opportunity to have 15 different headlines, and Amazon will rotate those headlines and serve the ones that have the highest click-through rate. So you can test a whole load of different messages there. Descriptions, you have up to 4 descriptions you can do. We always try and make the first, it's going to sound very obvious, but the first description as descriptive as possible so that like a 5-year-old child can understand in a nutshell what your product does. That sounds very straightforward, but when you're actually looking at your products, it takes a bit of time sometimes to actually really define it and have that as your main one. And then each of those descriptions should read really well, regardless of what order they come in, because Google does rotate the descriptions. And then you've got up to 20 site link extensions. These are links that were designed by Google, so they go in different parts of your website, but it doesn't really matter. You can send every link to the same page. Doesn't matter. You could just have additional messages there in there. You can have messages like your coupons, deals. This is just a good example of one. And then add a promotion. So you can, if you know what promotions you're going to run across the year, you can actually schedule all of these. You can put the dates that they're going to start and to the dates that they're going to end, and you can have these appear on Google just underneath like that. And then image ads. So image ads are so underutilized. This isn't even a Google ad. This isn't even a paid ad for a product. I couldn't find a paid ad for a product that has an image ad, and we just launched that image ads at that point. So you can create your own image ads, or they have stocked images. Google have royalty-free stocked images available that you can just use and put in, and it just will make your product stand out. Reporting. So this is the order of importance when we're looking at reporting for Google Ads. So first is the search performance query report. Just like I showed you in that example, you really want to see what's the potential of a certain keyword with the data Amazon gives you. Secondly, keyword rank, using tools such as Helium10 to figure out is there any movement as you're running the campaigns. And then you want to look at daily, weekly, monthly units sold, just to keep track of whether it is something that's happening through what you're doing with Google Ads or it's something else. And then ACOS and RISE right at the end. Do you even consider it? I don't know. So that's that. And then, so this is just to give you an example. There's a particular account. Don't know why they did it in this order, but in week 1, it went from 10% share to 14% share in sales for this keyword. And the amount of clicks they've received went from 6 to 8. And then we use information like this to understand, okay, what's happening across that whole product in terms of traffic. and then what click share are we getting for that particular keyword, and a percentage of sales. Now, what's really interesting is in this example, we saw the number of traffic, the number of impressions and clicks went down for that keyword, right? But we saw an improvement in click share, so the amount of clicks we receive, and we've seen an improvement, and it also seen an improvement in sales. So we were actually able to go against the wave here. And it's just a bit of bonus content for you guys. So do you remember before I said to you guys, Amazon love external traffic, right? And this is one of the big reasons why they love external traffic. So you can use the brand referral bonus with Google Ads. So every time you get a sale, they reward you with money. If you put yourself into Amazon's shoes, right? When you're doing PPC, you're just sending the traffic that they bought and they worked hard to get to your listing. When you use Google Ads traffic to send traffic to your listing, you're potentially bringing a brand new customer that's never shopped on Amazon to Amazon's ecosystem. So they're going to value that a lot more than just regular PPC. So firstly, they're going to reward you with paying you more money, so there's a chance that your ACOS will be lower, and that's helped heavily with that, especially if you've got high ticket items, really expensive products. Be very careful with exact match keyword targeting. It's not like Amazon's, right? If you do a search term report for an exact match keyword on Google, the variations is stupid, absolutely stupid. And you can't Google it. There's no information about it on Google about the change on how broad they've made exact match. This happened 3 years ago, and I've just seen it from just continuing to do the search term reports. So you need to go in and exclude stuff within the search term report of Google Ads. And then you can use tools like Amped and PixelMe to get all this information and get actual profit data and sales data. Amazon are becoming more open to this. There's going to be way more tools out available in the future that give you this information, so you can find out which keywords are driving the conversions, which campaigns, and then you can kind of scale from there. And then Google Ads Editor, I still can't believe how many people don't use it or even know about it. Google Ads Editor isn't new. It's been around way before I even started doing Google Ads. It's a very easy and quick way to make changes on campaigns fast offline. Then you can just upload everything. Really clean, really easy to use. And then just before we go to questions, if anyone has anything that they want to talk to me about after, regardless of whether you want to work with us with this or you just want me to hold your hand through the process or anything like that, just by all means, feel free to just reach out and ask. And then have we got time for questions, Mike? Or?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, okay, we've got this should be.
How did you say that we could get the invitation to DSP? And can you tell us what DSP stands for?
Yeah, it stands for the demand side platform. So there's two demand side platform. There's demand side platform. So it's a form of programmatic advertising. So how do you get access? Amazon tends to reach out. The big question you should be asking is, when is it right for me to do Amazon DSP? So I always recommend, if you have a subscribe and save type of product where people are going to buy again and again, then DSP is, we would say, $1 million a year revenue. Then consider starting with that. If it's not, then 1.5 to 2 million a year. If you're not doing those numbers just yet, I would recommend doing display ads to begin with to test the waters, because that's one option to go to Amazon, and they will require 10,000 minimum a month ad spend. With the second point is you can go to an agency. Now, if you do go with an ad agency, right, don't just pick any that you find on like anywhere. Go on to Amazon Advertising's accredited list. There's a list of agencies that have their own seat or with Amazon. They have a direct relationship with Amazon, right, which we are one of. And to get that, the way we had to get, I think, 100,000 a month worth of ad spend over a period of time in order to get that, and we did that. Now, the big thing when you go with DSP is it's not like PPC where you can have one account manager and then eventually just decide to move it over to someone else. It doesn't work like that. If you decide to stop a relationship for whatever reason with one agency, you have to start again, right, from scratch. And you can imagine if you've been running it 6 months to a year, you would have done a lot of learning over that period of time, right? And you're gonna have to. There's a strong chance you won't see the results you've seen here. That's another thing to bear in mind. Got any more questions on it? Just feel free to catch me.
So if here, people that I've spoken to that are doing DSP are having like mixed results, and
Yeah.
I think it comes down to what part of the funnel they're targeting or what type of targeting they're doing.
Yeah.
So which type of targeting or which part of the funnel have you been targeting that you've been seeing, the best results?
The most obvious places where we've seen some good results is remarketing. So re-engaging with that audience that have already kind of engaged with your brand in the past, and that's for obvious reasons that they're interested. It's likely to get a conversion. So that part of the advertising, you're almost likely to get a conversion rate and an ACoS better than what you get with PPC. The question then becomes with that is how far can you take it? So it all depends on the volume of impressions and traffic that you've got already on your listing. So there's a limit to that. So when we got 8-figure brands, 9-figure brands going on and doing remarketing, then they see some tremendous success with $40, $50, $60, $70,000 a month worth of spend, right? Because they're just going focusing on remarketing and they're re-engaging with that audience. Now we've got brands in the 7 figures. You're going to see probably a few thousand a month where you can take advantage of that. Now, the big issue that happens with people where you see in the mixed messages is they go up higher in the funnel and they expect the same results. And you can't expect the same results. And you have to be very, very careful. So we're very careful when we're going up the funnel. We look at overlap reports to see, okay, Amazon, here's the remarketing audience I made. What other audiences do you have with the data you have, we can't see, that marries up nicely with this audience? And then with that information, we then target that audience and we make sure we exclude anyone who's viewed the product. So we're trying to get new to brand customers. So that's why I said, if you have a product where people need to buy again and again, then you can justify paying a little bit more because you know the lifetime value of that product is going to be substantial. They're taking it seriously. That's the first thing. And the second thing, it's not even being rolled out to any other parts of the world. It's only in the US right now. So they're probably thinking more about how can we roll it out, because I think the key thing here is Amazon used to spend a lot of money on Google Ads. They used to be the biggest spender on Google Ads. They've stopped doing that now, and they expect the sellers to do that. So there must be some form of incentive. So there's already a massive cost cut for them anyway. So if you're getting the results and you're getting the sales, they're still benefiting from the sale anyway. So I can see this going for a while.
And last one, is there any sort of, so it used to be pre-attribution where you can add a particular suffix to, let's say, the click-through link, and then get some more keyword juice on whatever Google ad you were targeting. You follow, like you can sort of search the term coffee mug, take that link, put it in your Google ad, so that whenever they click on.
Yeah, we don't do that.
Got it. Once they introduce the attribution system.
Yeah.
Is it possible to get that juice again?
Well, that's what you will get. Because when Google, the thing is, when you do Facebook or TikTok advertising, it's audience based. It's not connected to any keyword. When you do Google Ads, it's linked to that particular term that's been searched. That particular term that's been searched will appear in the search results on Amazon. So it is linked. So it's a very white hat way of doing this. You're just paying for it.
Cheers. Are there any more questions? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for George Maressa.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, so we're going to be talking about protecting your business's intellectual property on Amazon. And I know this is a topic that is very important to many of you and also is kind of intimidating. So I'm going to break it down. First of all, a little bit about me. I've been a patent attorney for over 29 years. I've had over 2,000 patents issued to my clients. I got asked by the American Bar Association to write their book that explains patents in plain English, and that's what I did. That's the ABA Consumer Guide to Obtaining a Patent. And very proud to have done that for two reasons. Number one, it was cool to be asked by them to write the book. But the other reason is that I'm passionate about helping entrepreneurs to understand IP. Because I feel that a lot of entrepreneurs make poor decisions about IP simply because they don't know, simply because they don't understand some of the principles of IP that might be controlling the situation they're in with their business. So I'm going to help to demystify a lot of that. And down this one. A little bit more about me is that I like to throw parties. And if you've been to Prosper, and I know probably about a quarter of this room here has been to one of my parties at Prosper. And so I like to throw these big after parties. And a lot of times people ask, well, how do I get invited? Especially once you're at the show and you know that there are some people going to this exclusive event, and but you don't have an invitation, you might not even have known me before. So it's actually really simple. If you just follow me on Instagram when I announce about the party, then send me a message and I'll get you an invite. So just follow me on Insta. And oh, that's me, and that's Sean Hart. He's going to be speaking here later this afternoon. There's Kevin King, my good friend Mina, who spoke at the event in LA. Anyway, back to intellectual property. So IP, also intellectual property, basically that's the field of the law that deals with the protection of ideas. So intellectual, meaning the mind, and intellectual property then is property of the mind. And there are three major areas of IP law, which, something happened there. Patents, trademarks, and copyrights, which we use to protect our content, our brands, our software apps, and the like. And people often get confused between the different types of protection. And they'll say something like, that's a really cool product idea. You should copyright that. Or, I love that name for your product. Get a patent on that. And when they say such things, it just shows a misunderstanding of the type of protection that you use to protect different things. So just to make it simple, if you're talking about products and what makes a product different, you're probably talking about a patent. If you're talking about branding, the things that people use to identify a product and say, oh, that's a Nike sneaker, then that branding is protected with trademarks. And when you're talking about content, whether that's the content of a page, content of a video, or content of a song, a musical composition, all of that content is protected with copyrights. So I'm going to talk a little bit about that. And actually, this spin on the presentation came when we were doing ScaleForEtail in California last week. I sat there in the audience in the morning, and I started sketching something out of my notebook, and I just kind of realized maybe an hour or so before the presentation. So this is a little bit of what resulted. First of all, in looking at the question of when is IP important to your business, first of all, what's the purpose of your business? What's the purpose of any business? Yeah, it's to create value. And many people will say it's to generate profit. That's the only purpose of business, is to generate profit. You could expand that a little bit, though, because some people will say, well, but my business also makes a difference in the world. Okay, then you're creating value. So all of it is creating value. That's the overarching and really only purpose of a business. Now, there's two ways that a business creates value. The first is by selling products at a profit, right? So you buy products, you sell them, you after all the fees, you keep what the difference between the selling price and what you paid for it. So selling products at a profit is one way to create value. But the other way is through creating a sustainable system that sells products at a profit. So basically, when you're working on your business, you're making it so that you're not just selling products today, but you're likely to continue selling products next month and next year. You're now creating value in your business. So you're creating value by creating, someone took my water. Can you grab me a glass of water, Jewel? So I took the time to set myself up and put my things where they needed to be, and someone took it. Anyway, someone was thirsty. Yes, I guess so. They thought it was extra. So that second one, though, is key, because you know what? A lot of people say, and I actually saw a presentation with Scott Dietz where he said this too, that 70% of the profit you make from your business, you get at exit. So 70% of the value you extract from your business, you get in the end, not while you're grinding it out selling products. So thanks, Jewel. By the way, this is Julian Gonzalez. He's my colleague at my law firm. So yeah, and so that's one of the things, though, a lot of people don't focus on. It's the value you create in the business, and IP plays a role there. And in general, when you're creating a business, when you're building value in that business, the question is it mostly tangible assets that lead to the biggest valuations, or is it the intangible, things like IP, things like branding? And it's very interesting because a lot of times we focus on things like kind of buying the building or amassing a certain amount of inventory. And that's what we think about in terms of the value of the business. But if you look at the biggest companies in the world, and it wasn't always like this, but the biggest companies in the world have most of their value built on the intangibles. Go back 50 years, 1975, the biggest companies in the world, IBM, ExxonMobil, Procter & Gamble, GE, and 3M. It was pretty much 5-to-1 tangible to intangible, meaning like they own trucks, they own ships, they had real estate, they had factories, they had docks, they had trucks. I think I said trucks again, but yeah, they had a lot of trucks. So the point is that's where most of their value was built. And then a little sliver was the intangible, was the branding. But over the last 50 years, that's changed significantly. And now if you look at where the most valuable companies in the world are, they're all in the metaverse. You got Apple, Alphabet, Microsoft, Amazon, and Facebook. And now $25 trillion of their valuation overall includes 21 trillion intangible and only 4 trillion tangible. They've got some, data farms and server farms and things like that are tangible. They own some, but by and large, it's the branding, it's the IP that makes most of their value. And so if you want to see how the most valuable companies in the world build their value, it's very much on IP. So, question then is, how do you make the most IP value within your business? And it's really simple because I'll probably differ from many other patent attorneys out there and say that I don't think IP by itself has much value. It's like if you invent something and you get a patent on it and you try to go out and sell that patent, it's most likely not going to be successful. If you really have come up with something new and innovative, you might be able to license it and make some money off of it. But in general, the real money, the real value of the IP comes when at the same time you create a business that is itself valuable because of earnings. So it's not just a speculative idea that you're trying to sell. It's that you've built a business that has millions in profit. And now having the IP becomes a multiplier of that value. And truly, at exit, you can't go wrong with IP. If you get to exit, you will always get an ROI on the money you spent on IP. It's basically impossible not to. I mean, I see that even with poor IP, meaning it's a patent, but it's really only for the details, or there's some trademarks, but people aren't really looking for the brand name that much for this particular product. It's not that important to the product success. It's still going to be an ROI. But if you have the type of patents and trademarks that actually prevent competition, that prevent other people from entering the field, when you go to sell your business, it'll be a huge ROI. Sometimes, I mean, I've seen 100-time ROI, even 1,000-time ROI on IP investments. So if creating IP assets always creates an ROI at exit, why don't sellers invest in IP? Limited resources, right? You're starting any business, you've got different things that are competing for your resources. You've got ad spend, right? And who could argue with on a certain day that you want to generate more in sales, right? And that if you spend more money on ads, you'll be able to generate additional revenue right now. And there are, you want to scale your company, you want to add some team members. There are always things to spend money on for entrepreneurs. In a vacuum, IP is always worthwhile, but in reality, there's scarce resources, and then there are always decisions to be made. And in general, what keeps most sellers away from IP? And I think we talked about it in the beginning, that it's just that you don't know. You don't understand it. It's intimidating. So like you look at IP, you look at patents, and you say, well, it's complicated. I don't really understand. And so like, let me not bother with that until maybe your listing gets shut down, or until your product gets ripped off and you say, wow, what can I do about this? And then maybe you want to look further into IP. And then at that point, it might be too late to do anything. But the point is, there are a lot of things as entrepreneurs we don't know, but we're willing to kind of get familiar with. We're willing to learn about PPC. We're willing to learn about shipping costs and import duties and things like that, because it just seems like we can't operate the business without it. Somehow with IP, I think most entrepreneurs find a way to just kind of push it off and say, I'll deal with that later, right? And sometimes you can, sometimes you can't. But so those are the big reasons why sellers don't get involved with IP. In part, it's because of the not having the knowledge, not having the information. In part, it's because of the limited resources. But and this is what I did when we were in California at ScaleForEtail. I sketched out this this triangle, and this came to me as like a model for understanding how and when to invest in IP. When is IP important? And so, of course, we said that the main purpose of business is to create a profit, to create value. So any decision about IP should always have value in mind. Sometimes something's valuable, sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's important, sometimes it's not. And in general, though, the two factors always tugging at that decision is limited information and limited resources. Now, in terms of limited information, sometimes it's because of just not understanding some principles of IP. And sometimes it's about, well, you need an analysis. You need some actual work done to understand it better. So just imagine, for example, you have a listing shut down, and your listing is shut down because of a patent. And you know the patent number. You might need to have that patent analyzed to figure out if you're really infringing, and an infringement analysis might cost you a few $1,000s. So if you've got, on the value side of things, if you've got $150,000 in inventory, then it's a no-brainer to spend a few $1,000s to see if this is a rightful IP shutdown or if it's bullshit. You need to kind of somehow find a way to convince Amazon that you shouldn't be shut down, you should be reinstated. So the value then makes it worth doing. But if it's a product that you're selling maybe $500 a month worth, it might not be worth spending money on IP. And if you don't have much inventory, if there's not much at stake. So under value, it should really be value at stake. It's like, what's the value at stake? And so if there isn't much value at stake, then it might not be worth moving forward. It might not be worth spending money to close the information gap and to learn more about the situation. Similarly, when you're thinking of applying for patent on something, it might look like there's a big upside, right? That there's a big upside, like if you can get a patent on this, that could be really valuable to your business. But you probably need to spend money along the way to get some research done to see if, well, maybe you weren't the first person to have this idea. Maybe there are other patents out there, which we call prior art, by the way. Maybe there's prior art out there that says, well, you can't really get a patent on this idea, but maybe you can get a patent on the details. And so that information would be valuable to help you determine if it's worth investing more money in a patent. So it's that type of evaluation that I think it pays to do. And I want to just go into a few of the principles of patents and trademarks, just so we have common language, and I'm going to leave a good amount of time for questions. So in terms of trademarks, that's what you use to protect your branding. The company name, the company logo. So in the case of Nike, it's the name Nike, it's the logo, it's the swoosh. Like all of those things, when you see them, you think Nike. So anything about your product that when your customers see it, they think that it's a product that's originating from your company. Those are all trademarks that you want to protect. And trademark law in general prevents consumer confusion. It prevents a competitor of yours from creating a situation that would tend to confuse customers into thinking they're dealing with you. And that may mean taking your brand name. It may be having a logo that's confusingly similar to yours. But in general, that's what we protect with trademarks. And they're relatively inexpensive, a couple $1,000s for a trademark compared to maybe 10K and up for a utility patent. And also the thing to know is that not having the trademark can be a deal killer when it comes to acquisition. If you talk to any aggregator, anyone who's out there buying Amazon businesses, every single one of them will tell stories, or will have a story at least, of a deal that fell through because the person didn't own the branding. There was confusion over whether they had the rights to the name. And they might have had a couple of million in EBITDA. They might have been looking at a $10 million exit, but without the $2,000 trademark, the deal died. So it's truly a no-brainer to do your trademarks. And of course, you need a registered trademark to get brand registry. Patents. So patents protect physical products, chemical composition. So it might be some type of new, let's say, skincare product that has a different combination of ingredients, or even a supplement could be protected through a patent. And it also protects the design of a product. Processes can be protected by a patent. So you have software that has a unique way of manipulating data, a unique way of presenting information, or working with the user to kind of get from a certain place to another result. That process could be protected by a patent. So software platforms often get protected with patents. And two types of patents you can create for your product. So first of all, there's a utility patent, and that's what you typically think of. Like when you're thinking of an invention, you're thinking of someone in their garage creating something that's better, something that works, something that's improved from other things that existed before. It's those structural functional differences that we protect in a utility patent, as opposed to a design patent, which is really just about the look of a product. So just about, the shape of a product. That could be a design patent. Not that there's anything different about this microphone than other ones that existed before, but that specific shape could be protected by a design patent. Now, interesting thing is that throughout my career, or let's say earlier in my career, you ask other patent attorneys, they'll say, design patents aren't really worth it because you change the way the product looks and you're not going to infringe the patent. But that's changed dramatically on the Amazon platform for two reasons. Number one is when someone copies your product on Amazon, they don't just get inspired and say, well, that's a cool idea. Let's go design our own. They just copy it exactly. And if they copy it exactly, it's going to look like your design patent. It's going to infringe. No. The other reason is that utility patents, they protect the structure, they protect the concept. The way that the scope of their protection is defined is in words. There's a description that says it's a chair having 4 legs and a seat and a back, and it's got a description that has to be met in order to infringe the patent. Design patent, it's about, does it look similar to the pictures? So they'll look at the pictures that have a substantially similar appearance. That could be an infringement. So now enter Amazon, right? So enter Amazon Seller Central, looking at your IP complaint. If you had a utility patent and you made a complaint, the Seller Central employee, traditionally would say, well, I don't know what to do with this. I don't know how to interpret this. But if you had a design patent, they look at the pictures and they say, oh, it looks pretty much the same. Shut them down. So it's actually very easy to shut down a listing with a design patent on Amazon. In fact, many of you or people that you know have been unfairly shut down because of someone's design patent on Amazon. So it pays to be the one holding the patent. It pays to be a patent holder. Design patents have become very valuable on the Amazon platform. And typically I'd say anytime that you have a product that is distinctive in appearance, you might as well file a design patent. If you do that 10 times, like you have 10 different products, 10 different design patents, guaranteed you're gonna win overall in the situation. Maybe 4 of those patents are going to be important to shut down competitors, but you'll be able to shut down tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars in sales from a design patent that maybe costs $4,000. So design patents are a very important tool. And last is the timing is critical. Most people don't know this. Like very sophisticated business people don't know this. That if you put a product out there for sale, you disclose it in public, then 1 year from that date, it's too late to ever apply for a patent in the US. And it makes a lot of sense. We talked about scarcity of resources before. It makes a lot of sense that entrepreneurs would say, well, you know what, patents are expensive. I'll circle back around to it if things go well. Unfortunately, they don't know about this and they wait too long. I mean, Julian was just telling me in the car about someone who came in the other day in that situation. He's got a product that's doing really well and he was ready to patent it and saying money is no object. But unfortunately, we have to tell him that it's just not possible anymore because of this rule. And it's a rule that most people don't know about. And unfortunately, they lose because they don't know. And I'm not saying that every product should be patented, but the time to figure out whether you're going down that road or not is at an early stage, preferably before you launch. And when it comes to trademarks,
Elaborate on that. There's a rule that if you launched and you wait a year to
Yes.
patent, it's too late.
it's too late.
As a follow-up to that,
Yeah.
George, can you make a tweak or change that might be slight in nature that then gives you the ability to do it again or have that 1 year window all over again?
Well, then what you're doing is it's kind of like as if your first design was from someone else. Like in other words, the patent office would use that first design against you to say, well, how are you different from this? And then now you're not getting a patent on the concept or the original composition, let's say. You're getting a patent on the details of how you've changed it, which isn't as valuable. So, yeah. So, and the look of surprise on many of your faces is telling me exactly why this slide is here. So, when it comes to trademarks, it's not that harsh. It's still critical, but not in the same way. There is no absolute time limit for when you can apply for a trademark. And a lot of times you have a mom and pop business where, you know, they're happily pedaling along for 30 years and then maybe granddaughter takes over and says, you've never done trademarks, let's do a trademark. And we could get a trademark possibly, as long as other competitors haven't confused the issue of where the branding should lie. So, and then again, it's like if you apply for them and you could prove that you've been using it before them, you could probably win out the trademark. But now you've turned a $2,000 trademark application into a $100,000 kind of mini litigation to end up getting that trademark. So it's better to file as early as you can. Let's see, just a couple of things and we're gonna get to questions. So back to this again. So in terms of limited information, again, one of the things that I like to do to deal with that fact that limited information is a major factor in people not doing IP at the right time and for the right reasons is I love to educate people. And that's why you know, I wrote this book. And first of all, would anyone like this copy, this book? Oh, here you go.
Thank you so much.
And also, I could do this in a room of this size, but not in a room of 100 people. If you'd like a copy, send an email to my assistant, clients@goldsteinpc.com, and just include your mailing address and phone number. You know, basically so that we could send it to you. You know, you need a phone number to be able to ship something to you. I'm not putting you into a funnel. So send your mailing address and phone number to clients@goldsteinpc.com. We'll send you a copy of the book. And then if you'd like to find out if there's a way for us to help you, if you need help with a patent or trademark situation, that's this is the way to do that, is set up a call with Larry Slavin on my team. I have a convenient website, speaktollarry.com, which also is the same QR code on that sign right there. But yeah, that's really it. And so we have time for a few questions here. In the front.
So a black hat tactic that's frequent. Oh, sorry. A black hat tactic that's usually used on Amazon is, let's say, to copyright a product. They get a legitimate copyright number, and then they shut your listing down. What would be your perspective and insight to fight against that? I mean, because usually it's an automated shutdown, and there's little you can do to reactivate.
Well, in general, the first thing to do is to figure out whether it's a legitimate IP shutdown or not. That's really the thing. That's really the way you triage any shutdown, is like, do they actually have the right or not? Because then you behave differently. And if it's copyright, then there's DMCA, count to notice, and there are steps you could take to have that reversed. But yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No, just because that's a frequent practice, at least from the business I came from, and it was a DMCA game of tag back and forth where they again re-suspend you and all that. And a lot of times it's a chess game, but the important thing is to have the right information to know, like, are you in the right or not? Because in most situations I've seen, the right side of if you're on the right side, you prevail. That's typically how it goes. And again, if there's enough value at stake, sometimes there isn't. Sometimes it's not much of a listing. It's not generating much. It's not worth the fight. But that's kind of what I often see. Yes.
If a home decor store like a Pottery Barn is selling something that for years that is not patented, can I come in, launch something similar and patent it, and use that keyword, which is also not patented?
Okay, well, first of all, how long are they selling it?
They've been selling it for a year.
Oh, a year doesn't. Okay, that's probably not much of a. That doesn't say much. It's possible they still have a patent pending, right? Like it can take a few years to get a patent. And if you see a product that's out there for a short period of time, and it's not patented, then there may still be a patent on the way. So you can't really tell, first of all. But let's imagine that it was 30 years they've been selling it. If there's a product that's been out there for 30 years, rest assured there isn't any in-force patent. Like utility patents expire in 20 years. And remember the public disclosure rule, you have to apply within 1 year. So it's very unlikely that 30 years later, anyone would have patent rights to it. So generally, if something is that old, you probably can make it, but you can't go and patent it again under any circumstance. It's kind of like the patent on the light bulb expired over 100 years ago. And at that point, anyone could make light bulbs. Well, maybe not anymore because we can't make light bulbs. But at that point, anyone could manufacture a light bulb without patent infringement, but people couldn't go patent it over again. It's just that it goes in the public domain and anyone is then free to make, use, or sell it.
Okay, and is a patent tied to a keyword? Like if you name a patent and it's like the top keyword on Amazon and it's not patented yet?
No, it's not tied to keywords. As a matter of fact, you can call it anything you want. If it's got the same structure, it would infringe. And it's kind of like people sometimes ask about like searching patents online. And one of the pitfalls there is it can be called anything. So you've got a can opener. You're searching for can openers using the words can and opener. It might be called a container lid remover. And it might be for the same thing. You would be infringing, but you didn't find in your search because you're searching by words. So words don't really matter when it comes to patenting.
Hi. First, thank you so much for your presentation.
My pleasure.
So I'm curious, sometimes, for example, you see a new item go viral on TikTok and it's not anything that's actually carried on Amazon yet because they're starting through that place. And you know that this type of item is being produced by a few manufacturers already. and you're looking around and you say, okay, well, I see like maybe a website has it, but it's kind of new. What would be a good approach to kind of, look and see whether or not this product has potential and to just approach it in a way that's safe and makes sense?
You mean potential in terms of potential marketability, or potential like it's not going to be a problem?
Well, both.
Yeah. I mean, in terms of like validating the idea, I would say that's not really my expertise, but
especially in terms of like design, right? It's a product that you've seen. You're like, well,
Right.
This is something I haven't seen before. It's
Yep.
interesting. It's new, and there's definitely a design component to it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I mean, I think there's different ways to test various designs. In terms of whether it would be infringing, it's rather difficult to find out. And this is going to sound like the biggest cop-out ever. But I feel that the way you avoid IP infringement is to diversify. It's like you have 10 different products, you might hit a problem with 1 or 2, but then you've got the other 8 or 9. And because it is extremely difficult to figure out if you're infringing any products anywhere. If you've got a competitor that has and there's a patent number listed, then we could analyze that patent. And it's probably like a few $1,000s worth of work to analyze it, explain to you what the patent stands for, what you might be able to do differently to avoid that patent, if possible. But if you have a product and you don't really know how it originated or where it came from, and then you're kind of like, hey, is this infringing any patents anywhere? That could be a mid-5-figure to 6-figure dollar inquiry. It could be extremely expensive to really rule that out. And so most of the time when people start out, it wouldn't be appropriate to invest that much into determining whether you're infringing. And so they go for it. And that's how most companies launch products. And if a situation comes up, then you deal with it as best as you can. But I think the best advice is to not knowingly copy someone. Like you see something and you say, wow, that's really clever what they did there, and then copy it. To me, that's asking for trouble, right? But seeing a genre and saying like, maybe there's room for me in this genre, I think is how most people kind of select new products. And I would say, like I said, if you diversify, then that's probably a good strategy to being successful overall, even if that product turns out to be a problem.
Thank you.
Hi. As you know, on Amazon, when you have a great idea, you put it up there, and if it's really great, you have hundreds of copycats out there. Obviously, you can have things taken down. If you have a trademark, we've had that done. The trademark, they're shut down immediately. But there's still the smart guys that are left that are still allowed to stay around despite the fact that we have a utility patent. You try to take it down with Amazon, they're like, well, sorry, you have this utility patent, but we can't take them down. And there's literally 50 or 100 competitors that are infringing on the patent that you paid all the money for. What do you do in that case?
Well, if it actually is infringing that patent, then there's the Amazon Neutral Evaluation Program, where you can submit, I think, up to 16 ASINs, Julian, right?
I've heard about that, but I heard it's difficult to get their attention or to have them actually
No.
evaluated.
Submit a form with up to 16 ASINs, and they will contact those sellers and tell them, we have an IP complaint against you. Are you willing to go through the Neutral Evaluation Program? And then the way it works is that you put up $4,000, the seller puts up $4,000, and they hire a patent attorney arbitrator, like a patent attorney who's then going to arbitrate the case. And then your attorney presents arguments about why the ASIN is infringing. They get to defend under some limited grounds, not like a full defense, but and then ultimately the arbitrator will make a decision. If they decide in your favor, they'll remove the listings. And if they decide against your favor, then the listings will stay. And then whoever wins gets their $4,000 back also. So that's the Neutral Evaluation Program.
Thank you. We've just got time for one more question.
Thanks for the presentation. I have a quick question. What's your advice on filing a provisional patent versus waiting until your product is fully mature,
Mhm.
are there any pros and cons with going with provisional first before your idea is fully established?
Yeah, absolutely. So when you file a patent application, any patent application, it becomes patent pending, which means you've established your priority toward getting the patent. Now, if you file a utility or a design, it's going to wait in line to be reviewed by an examiner. If it gets approved and granted, then you have the patent. You have a utility patent or you have a design patent. A provisional patent application is like a stepping stone towards a utility application. You file it, and then it gets you priority. And you keep that priority as long as you file that full application within a year. So it's a good way to get your foot in the door at the patent office. It's not going to turn into a patent on its own. It's just a placeholder. But here's the big caveat, is that the provisional is only as good as it is well written. So a lot of times people say, well, I could get a provisional just by sending some sketches in with a paragraph and the patent office sends back a filing receipt. Okay, great. So yeah, technically you're patent pending. But if you ever needed to rely on that priority because someone else filed their complete patent application maybe a few months after you, but they did a complete job of it, then you'll be out. So truly, provisionals are good. They're a good way to kind of get your foot in the door at the patent office while you continue developing the product, but they're only as good as they are well written. And I think that's my complete thoughts on provisional patent applications.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Rich Goldstein. Thank you so
Thank you so much.
So you guys are going to be co-building a brand with me live using AI. And if you really participate and you follow along, for some of you, this is going to be really mind-blowing because you're going to create an entire brand in 20 minutes. Everything from the product to the branding to the logo to the designs to the email to the manufacturer to the emailing marketing that you do to the customers, everything. So raise your hand if you've gotten OpenAI up on your phone or your laptop. Okay, so we only have about half the room. So I'm gonna let you guys get that up and running. Chat.openai.com. That's it. And it's free. So anybody can use it. You guys should be good. All right, I can take over here. Yeah, I think good. Thanks, bro. Cool. So while you guys are getting that up and running, I'm gonna start this up. Just got to get connected here. My 20 minutes has already started, so we're ticking down. Yeah. There we go. Cool. So before we get going, why you should listen to me. I'm Chris Rawlings, self-declared AI prompt engineer, which we're early enough in this industry for you to be able to call yourself whatever the fuck you want. And that's what I'm calling myself. So I'm a 5-time multi-million-dollar startup founder and probably dozen-time failed startup founder or more. Brand and startup investor. I co-founded a crypto fund called 22X Fund. So I've been in tech before as well, which is why I'm so excited about this AI stuff being in e-commerce. I was a founder in 500 startups. I studied physics in school, which is why I nerd out on this so much. And I'm also the CEO of Sophie Society and a mentor in the Titan Network, which is who I'm here representing today. This last picture is a real picture of me, although a little bit enhanced. You know, turn the saturation up. You guys know the deal. But this picture is an AI reimagining of me. So this is a tool called Midjourney. Is anybody familiar with Midjourney? Hand up if you are. Cool. So a couple people tinkered around. Midjourney is an AI image generation tool. We're going to be tinkering with that as well live, but I'm going to be doing that part for you guys since that's a little bit too much for you to do on your phones. So what I did in this prompt was I inputted a link to this image and I told it 2 more words, hippie mogul, which is actually my Instagram tag. And this is what it came out with. So AI is pretty interesting. It comes out with some freaky stuff. I think this is a cool ass dude. Like I would hang with that guy for sure. No doubt. Okay. So now we're going to get into it, guys. All right. So who's got chat.openai.com up? Hands high up if you got it. Okay, good. So a couple people up here still haven't got it. In the back, you guys have not got it yet? Back there? Back right? Still working? Still working on it. Okay. Can somebody help out if somebody is like not able to get it up or get it running or something, or doesn't have service? We could hotspot or whatever, because you guys really need to follow along in order for this to work. This is an interactive workshop here. So my friend Andrew Erickson and I did this workshop at a Titan event a few weeks ago, and it was a huge hit. People came out of it with like a whole new vision for their own brand or their future brand. So if you really participate and you really follow along, this can be mind-blowing for you guys. So I'm going to go through prompt by prompt. I have the answers saved myself so that I can show you guys what I've got, and then you're going to do it on your own as well. So what you can do here is either input the prompt that you see on the screen or a similar one. And you know what? Maybe what I'll do just to make this, yeah, you know what? I'll just keep it up on the screen, allow you guys to either put this prompt in yourself or one that's similar, and you feel free to mess with it any way you want. The whole point of this is for it to be interactive. If you want to put a different space or a different category or anything, feel free to do that. We're going to walk through my example, and you guys will be having kind of your own journey concurrently, okay? So what did I start with? I'm starting a new Amazon brand selling products to dog owners who care about the aesthetics of their homes. I'd like you to help me develop this brand. Start by defining the customer avatar for the product we will be creating. So I'm going to copy this and put this into ChatGPT. Of course, right when you're presenting. Try reloading here. Luckily, I have them all saved, so. For those of you guys that are not familiar with ChatGPT, it is now creating a brand for me, just based off this prompt. ChatGPT is a text-based language processor, AI, that you feed prompts to, and it comes back with responses. And there are all different types of ways to use this. You could use it to get advice. You can use it to create content. We've actually identified a dozen different case categories. And at the end of this, I'm going to provide you guys with a prompt guide for e-commerce and for Amazon sellers that you can take home with you. But in the meantime, you can see right off the bat, ChatGPT is basically creating the customer avatar, the brand name, the slogan, and everything for me based on this one prompt. So what have we got? It's giving me the brand name Positively Chic, the customer avatar, the basic demographics, but then it gets into like cool demographics. Like it's saying they're conscious about home aesthetics, keeping a clean and well-decorated living home, appreciating the quality, design, and functionality in their products, owning one or more dogs, prioritizing pet-friendly, stylish products. So it's going pretty deep here, right? So we're starting out with who our customer avatar is and the name of the brand. Now we're going to move on. Got all that information. We're carrying it in the sheet. I'll give you guys a link. Don't worry for this at the end. Now we're going to ask. So this brings us to one of the key principles when dealing with AI for e-commerce is you keep a conversation going. This isn't like Google where you put in a prompt and you get a response and then you start over with the next time you type an entry. It's actually more like a conversation. So you're going back and forth with the AI and you're conversing with it like you would a business partner. So it remembers everything that you said in a given chat. And you can see for me on the left-hand side here, I have my different chats with different topics. These are all just random ones because they're all presentations that I've done. But I have ones that are based on my life, that it just keeps a log of like what I'm trying to do in that domain. I have one for my own journaling. So I put in big bulk text of my journal entries and I have it pull out insights from it and it keeps remembering what I put in before. So that's how you want to interact with AI, as if it's a person that you're developing a relationship with. And each one of these chats you treat as a different person. That's basically the way to interact with this. So as we go on and we keep putting more prompts in this same chat, it's going to reference the previous ideas that it had in the previous prompts that we put in before it answers. So it sort of gets smarter and smarter for you the more you deal with it. And that's what's going to happen throughout this workshop that we're doing right now. So the next prompt we're going to do is develop a few good brand slogans for our new brand. First of all, let me just take a temperature check. How many of you guys put in a prompt yourself yet? Nice. Okay, good. More than half. Okay, great. You guys are following along. That's great. So you've got one answer. So the next thing we're going to ask is to develop some brand slogans. here's what I got as a response here. I'm going to copy and paste this again into ChatGPT so that we're doing this live together. Again, let's develop a few good brand slogans for our new brand. So now it's starting to create the slogans. Where style meets wagging tails, pamper your pup in style, chic living for the modern pet parent. And I copied some of the responses that I've gotten previously here. Now, I didn't like any of these. So here's where you get to the conversational part. So I said, give me 10 more, make them really creative. So you identify, if you're not happy with a response that AI gives you, you identify why, and then you give it feedback, just like you would an employee. So isn't that crazy? Like you're really dealing with it like a person. So you give it the feedback, okay, give me 10 more, but make them really creative. It gave me 10 more, and I decided on this one, Dapper Dogs Designer Dens. Thought that was perfect for a pets product brand that's meant for people who have really chic, nice homes, and they don't want just like a tin bowl on the floor, right? That's the idea behind this that ChatGPT is helping me create. So now I've got my slogan, and I've got my brand name, and I've got my customer demographic. I know who I'm selling to. I know what the name of the brand is. I know what the slogan of the brand is and what it stands for. I'm already like weeks down the road of creating a new brand, at least in my experience with the brands I've created. Like this isn't normally done in 10 minutes. So the next thing I do, which you guys will have to follow along with me on because you won't really be able to do this on your own, except for you advanced folk who have already messed with Midjourney, is we're going to create a logo. So this is using a tool called Midjourney. You guys can mess with this yourself sometime in the future. It is an AI image generation tool. And in my experience, it's the best one. There are other ones. OpenAI has one called DALL-E. But this one is run in Discord. And you give it prompts, and it responds with an image. And it can respond with photorealistic images. Like if you took a photograph of me right now, it can respond with an image like that. Or it can respond with fantasy paintings and things that you see here on the screen. Or pretty much anything that can be shown in a single static image. So we're going to ask it to create our logo. So I'm going to take this prompt and I'm going to copy it into Midjourney. And what I'm asking it is, create a logo for a pets brand, a pets products e-commerce brand focused on creating products for dog owners who care about the aesthetics of their home. Name of the brand is Positively Chic. So that's my prompt. And when you guys watch the replay back home, you could do this yourself if you want. So now it's going to start on creating my my logo here. Now for time, I've saved some of the previous responses here, and this was the first response it gave me. So I thought some of these were kind of cute. One thing that you notice about AI image generation is it fucks up the text. So it doesn't understand text. If you've ever messed with AI image generation, it understands the vibe of text. So it puts in like kind of random letters that look the way that you would want it to look based on the style input guides that you gave it, but it won't actually say the word. But I'm going to show you guys how to get around that later, or how to deal with that later. So we're not going to worry about that right now. All we're looking at is the vibe. So what vibe do we like? I thought this was a little too simplistic. This was a little too cutesy. So I tried again. And this time I added the word classy. And here's what I got. Because I added the word classy, it decided to put a top hat on the dog. So apparently that's what it means. That's what a classy pets brand does. I wasn't really happy with those either. But this third one down here, I thought looked pretty close. Cute pet, simple, two-tone. I thought that was getting there. So in AI image generation, you can have it create variations of an image. So when you get closer, you kind of dig deeper into that fractal. And so hitting this V button, for those of you guys that do this at home, will create different variations of the one that you think is getting closer. So that's what I did. And it came out with these 4 variations. Again, I asked it to do a variation of number 3 because I thought that was getting the closest. And then it came out with these 4. And this second one, I thought was pretty much there. So hitting this U2 button upscales it to high res. So I upscaled it to high res, and here's what I got. I got a logo for my pets brand now, my classy pets brand. I thought this was pretty good. It's not bad, right? So obviously it doesn't say Positively Chic, the name of my brand that AI came up with, but we're going to handle that in a second. So I've got my logo mock-up now, right? I take it to Fiverr, pay 25 bucks, and ask some guy to use the exact same font and put my brand name in. Boom. My logo's ready to go. And that takes like a day or less. I mean, if you know Photoshop, you could do this yourself. I don't. So I just went straight to Fiverr. But boom, now I've got a logo for my brand. I've got the avatar. I've got the brand name, the brand slogan, who I'm serving. Time to create my products. So now you guys can go back to ChatGPT and keep following along yourself. And the next prompt is, give me 12 product ideas for this brand that'd be easy to sell on Amazon. Simple as that. And I was expecting to have to go back and forth on this. I actually loved the answers that I got. So I'm actually going to copy this in again. So I'm doing this with you guys. And while it's generating the responses, I'm going to see what my live prompt that I did here with you guys with me generated. So this is what we got live just now. That was just generated. I kind of like this dude. Very inspiring, right? It almost seems like Russian propaganda or something, but with a dog instead of a dude. Cool. Okay. Yeah, I probably would have picked that honestly if I didn't prepare this beforehand. But cool. All right. So there it goes. Now it's starting to create products for me. We've got designer dog beds, high quality, stylish dog beds that seamlessly blend with modern home decor while providing comfort for the pet. Now, what I would do here is I'd go to Amazon and start searching the space. So you can see how this becomes a collaboration between you and the artificial intelligence. It's like I said before, it's almost like you're dealing with a partner. You guys are throwing ideas back and forth, cross-referencing them, checking them with the real world. I had to bring in a freelancer to edit the logo, you know? So it's not like AI does the whole thing for you, but it keeps getting me the 80%, and I just have to take that final 20%, which is why this is so valuable. It just cuts the time down so dramatically, and it helps with inspiration as well. So looking through the results here, I'm actually not seeing anything. Some of these are kind of cute, but none of these really fit like a chic home. I can't really see this fitting in with like, you know, a Pinterest like home decor. So I'm already liking this. I'm already liking this idea. Yeah, let's see. We got 3,000 reviews, 500 reviews, 5,000 reviews. This is definitely something that you could compete in. And it seems like you could create a price competitive product that was also better quality. Also, there's the design component to it. Because you can differentiate the design and all the designs are different, you could really make one that stands out. So I'm liking this space in general. Obviously, I'd do a lot deeper research if we weren't doing this live together. But that's something that I would consider. And that's only the first example here. But yeah, so we don't have time to read through them all. What I ended up choosing for the sake of this presentation is aesthetic pet bowls. Minimalist, elevated pet bowls with a chic design made from eco-friendly materials such as bamboo or recycled metal. And the interesting thing about this is that it speaks directly to a lot of the points that we had further up in the customer avatar, which is why we did that exercise first, because then the AI knows who it is we're serving. And that's why I was able to come up with ideas that were actually good. And like I said, I was surprised by these. Like, I really thought I'd have to go back and forth a lot. Sometimes you get really trash responses, especially with certain types of like general prompts. I like these ideas. So we're going to take the aesthetic pet bowls and run with it. And then we go deeper. So now I chose which idea I like, and I'm going to have it go deep on that. So now I'm going to say, give me 5 more aesthetic pet bowls ideas and see what it generates. I hope some of you guys are following along and messing around on ChatGPT. Even if you're not like perfectly aligned with these prompts, I'd really like recommend that you guys keep messing with it. Like, put prompts in, keep interacting yourselves. So here's what I get. A lot of, again, really cool ideas. I've got geometric pet bowls, unique pet bowls featuring modern geometric shapes, Scandinavian style pet bowls, minimalist pet bowls inspired by Scandinavian design, floating wall-mounted pet bowls, innovative wall-mounted pet bowls that give the appearance of floating on the wall. These are really creative, really unique ideas. Like this isn't stuff that you generally would find on Amazon. So at this stage, it'd be the homework section for the human to actually go on Amazon and go deep, use tools like Helium 10, et cetera, to identify like what the competitive landscape looks like, how many reviews the top sellers have, and how much it would cost for you to launch in this space. We're going to skip some of that so that we can keep moving along here and you guys can get fed. But now what I'm going to do is switch back to the image generation, take the idea that I like the most, which was the wall-mounted pet bowls, and I'm going to feed that into the AI. So again, I'm going to stick with doing this live with you guys so that you can see that I didn't cherry pick anything here. I'm going to put this prompt, and all I did was copy and paste what was in ChatGPT over to Midjourney. And while that's generating, I'm going to show you guys what it generated for me. So here are my product ideas. Like, I'm digging these, honestly. I haven't seen pet bowls like this. Like, that's sick. Pet bowls are normally like really disgusting, like tin dishes that don't look good. But this is something that, like, you know, a mom who really cares about the aesthetics of her house and also loves a dog would get. Am I right?
I want the one on the wall. I need demographic, yes.
I knew Athena would dig this. So there you go. So we've got some ideas for products. Now, the next thing that we did, and when I co-presented this workshop with my close buddy and also Titan mentor, Andrew Erickson, one of the things that we did in the real world to cross-reference and figure out which of these was best was we actually put them out to the public to have them vote on which product they like the most. So now we're taking our mock-ups. We get real-world feedback for which one is most interesting. And then the other piece of homework is you have to cross-reference it with DFM, design for manufacturing. Like, is this actually plausible? That's a whole different story, right? Like, maybe some of these look good, but it's just not feasible to combine ceramic, wood, and metal all together because it would be too expensive for me to compete. So now I'm going to go through these, do that exercise, see what's simple, but still can be feasibly produced and looks good. So between the poll, the Amazon research that I do, and using a tool like Helium 10 or something similar, that's how I get that data back. And yeah, so I'm not going to do that part of the experience with you guys, but just so you know, when you're doing this at home, that would be the real world step that you have to take. So what we're aiming at next is we're going to write a letter to manufacturers asking them if they can produce this. And we're going to have ChatGPT write that letter for us. So now we're getting ready to actually like get the products that we like the most produced in the real world. But before we do that, we want to include the real world feedback that the customer base of our ideal customer demographic is giving the pet bowls that are currently in the competitive landscape. So we're going to feed it negative reviews in bulk, unformatted, and just ask it for the top insights. So this is something that like you used to have to do manually before AI. Or you'd have to go through, or there were even tools that would like create a word cloud that was like the most commonly used words and stuff, but even those don't really give you like the true insights that come out of reviews. This is a really, really cool way to use AI in general, not even when you're creating a new brand, but even for an existing brand, is asking it to bulk review negative reviews. So I'm going to do this live to show you guys how this works. So I'm going to go to Amazon and search my product, right? Designer dog bowls. We're going to find some of the top selling ones, not sponsored results, but organic results here. So again, I'm liking this space because they're ranking competitors that have only in the hundreds or even less than 100 reviews. So that means I can compete. But let's see for one of the top selling one what the negative reviews are. Let's find out what it has to say. So we're going to click this. Now that we're on the reviews page, we're going to go to top reviews, and we're going to go to all critical. So this is showing me only critical reviews. So now I've got all the critical reviews for one of the top selling products in my space, right? All I'm going to do, and also the top voted. So these are the top voted critical reviews for the top selling product in the space, meaning this represents the whole customer body of my ideal customer demographic. So this is really valuable information here, but I don't want to sift through each one individually to find the insights that I want to include in my, my manufacturing guidance. So I'm just going to copy it all bulk, and I'm going to paste it into ChatGPT dirty. You don't have to format this at all. ChatGPT takes dirty data and it understands what's important and what's not. So even if there's like weird things in here and the button names and all of that stuff, it doesn't matter. We're just going to leave it all in and dirty copy it. And this is my prompt. Here are negative reviews for a dog bowl. Give a summary of the main issues. So this is my prompt. And then below the main prompt is where all of the raw data goes. So I'm going to paste that in. And here it goes. The main issues are difficulty in removing stickers. Customers found it impossible to remove the sticky label. So now I know, definitely not going to make that part of the product design. Reported the paint on the exterior of the bowl chipped. Okay, so that's something we can highlight in the A+ content, and obviously we're going to send that to make sure our manufacturer doesn't paint or doesn't have chipping paint. Dishwasher issues. All right, so we know we need to make it dishwasher safe. This is super valuable information because this represents what was highest voted as critical issues for the top selling product. So instead of sorting through everything myself, I just had AI sort it for me and pull out the main insights. Now I'm going to take those insights and I'm going to ask, what are the solutions to it? So a lot of them are honestly pretty no-brainers. But we're going to see what AI has to say anyway. So it's a lot of the same stuff that we said. While it's typing, we're going to go on to the next thing here. So this one, I don't expect you guys to be able to look at and type all this. So you can just watch me do this one. But this is where we're going to ask it to write an email to a manufacturer and checking if they have the ability to produce this product. So, you know, the real process here is to go to Alibaba, look at the highest rated manufacturers for the keyword chic pet bowl or designer pet bowl or even pet bowl, see who looks like they might have the manufacturing capability, and then we're going to contact them. And we're going to have ChatGPT write the message to them. So it's actually still working on my previous prompt here, so I have to wait until it's done. But we're saying write an email to a new manufacturer asking if they have the ability to produce the products we're releasing. Tell them the photo mock-up is attached. Include some of the major issues mentioned above and let them know we want to avoid these issues in our product. Ask for an MOQ, a minimum order quantity, and a sample to be sent to my office. Keep it short. Inquiry about manufacturing improved dog bowls, MOQ and sample product. Dear manufacturer, I hope this email finds you well. My company, Positively Chic, is in blah, 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 blah. So now it's writing out the email. I'm probably not going to copy and paste this exactly to send out to these manufacturers, but I'm going to take it, use it as my base, make some of the parts of it that sound awkward or not appropriate, change those. But again, it gets me 80% of the way there, and I just the final 20%. So I'm probably going to send that out to somewhere between 20 and 40 manufacturers because that's usually what it takes to get someone who really has the capability and can do it at a cost level that makes sense. But yeah, obviously we don't have time to wait for manufacturers to respond to us live right now. So yeah, this. All right. So now we're going to write the listing. So we're going to say write 8 Amazon listing bullet points for me using breakthrough advertising by Eugene Schwartz. Include these keywords. And in reality, you can actually include a big list of keywords when you do your keyword research using Helium-10 or similar. You can copy all the keywords in there, and you can just say put all these keywords in there or put at least half of these keywords in there. And you'll notice that we actually put a style in here, breakthrough advertising by Eugene Schwartz. If you just ask it to write bullet points, it'll give you bullet points, and they might be good. But if you have a specific style or a thought leader that you follow, it will write it in the style of that person or that thought leader, which is really cool. Like I don't think I have it in this example, but I do another workshop where I ask it to write jokes in the style of Chris D'Elia in the product packaging. And sometimes they're like super like inappropriate, but hilarious. But it really does a good job. Like it actually does a good job assuming somebody's style and writing it as their style. So we're going to copy this in and see what we get. So we got modern appeal, upgrading your pet's mealtime experience with our chic dog bowl designed to elevate the aesthetics of your home with its sleek minimalist look. And these are pretty short, so we might have it increase the length of these, but that's where it becomes a conversation. You say, make them longer, or write it again, but include these keywords, and then you paste in 40 or 50 keywords. You just keep the conversation going until you get something that you feel is ready and you can work with. So these are the responses that I saved here. Some of these are good. They're a little bit short, but they are generally well written. All right, so next, we're going to create a list of influencers whose audience matches our customer avatar so that we, off the bat, have a launch audience that we can launch the product to. So this one is kind of interesting because what happened to me when I first copied this in, and I'm going to do it live with you guys, like I promised. Let's see if it happens again. Okay, no, it's actually giving me the influencers. The first time I did this, sometimes it'll claim it can't do it. So it told me, well, I'm just an AI natural language processing machine, not a real person. I can't really tell you what influencers to use, but here are some pretend influencers. And it gave me 10 like hypothetical influencers that it made up. And so I went back and I said, no, give me real influencers with real audiences that match my ideal customer avatar. And it did. So sometimes you have to like argue with it a little bit to like get the right information out. But here we go. So let's see if these people really exist. Let's do a little test here. Yep, this is a real person. Modern dog mom. Except she only has 55 followers. So that's probably not going to work. Unless this is it. Let's see. We won't spend too much time here, but nope, definitely not her either. So yeah, that one is a miss. Let's try one of these. See if they're real. So sometimes it'll give you either influencers with too many followers and you're like, that's actually like not feasible. They wouldn't do a deal with me, or too few. And you have to say more followers or less followers until you get somebody that's actually in the right customer demographic. So let's see what this one is. Okay, 41,000. That's actually good. That's like a medium micro influencer who has enough followers to actually make a difference with a sponsored post and probably wouldn't charge that much. If we got 10 or 12 or 15 of those, that's a good launch audience. So now what we're going to do is have it write the message to the influencer. So we're going to say craft an email to the influencer, letting them know that we found them and love their content, that we think they'd love our brand. Let them know we want to send them some of our products and let them test it out with their pets and see how they like it. And there it goes, writing the email to the influencer. Now, when I did this, I thought, hey, it's a little bit too formal, make it more casual. And so it did. It did the same thing, more casual. But then at that point, it seemed like low energy. So I said, make it more enthusiastic, or it was too high energy. So I said, make it less enthusiastic. I had to massage it a bit until I got one that I liked, but I ended up getting something that was, again, 80% there. I needed to make a few tweaks and then I could send that out. All right. So the next thing I did was along the same lines, have it tell me some brands we could do cross-promotion deals or co-branded deals with. So this ideally would be non-competitive, but complementary brands that serve the same customer avatar, but don't sell our type of products, right? So then we could promote their products. They could promote our products. We could do co-promoted deals. And it gave me a list that I thought had a little bit too big of brands. Like West Elm is like a major national like distributor of home goods. So I was like, IKEA, nah, they're probably not going to do a deal with Positively Chic, my AI generated brand. So I said, what are some smaller brands that we could do cross promotion deals with? And it actually gave me some that were great. And I looked them up and they were actually legit. I know we're running out of time here, so I'm going to wrap it up. The last few things that we do here are create a welcome email series for people who sign up to my email list. So now, as I'm doing my launch, and I'm going to show you guys in a second how we get those emails in the first place. AI is going to help us with that too. But this is going to be the email sequence that they get. So it comes up with 10 ideas for the email sequence. Then again, you fractally go down into each one. You're just going to copy and paste each one and tell it to create the email for that idea. So first, it's like having it create a shot list, right? You create the whole shot list and then you go into the shot and actually figure out how it's done. First, you have it create the 10 email sequence, and then you go in and ask it to actually write each of the emails. So by the time you do that, I didn't copy and paste them in here because that would take up way too much space. But you have an entire email sequence that keeps your new customers in your flow, cross promotes your other products, and allows you to have a launch audience for the next products that you launch. Now, how do we get those emails? With an insert. So we say, what I did in Midjourney to make this was I put in the image, a link to the image of the logo that we just created, so it knows the vibe. And then it's going to reimagine it based on the prompt that I give it. So this is how you have the images like stay consistent one to the next. So I put in the link of the logo that we saw above, the Positively Chic logo. And I said, beautiful branded product packaging card with a message to the customer. Here's what I got. I thought these were okay, but it actually looked more like a holiday card, right? There's no message there. It was like something that you open up, and that's not the vibe I was going for. So I had to keep massaging to add a note. And after I think 3 or 4 prompts, I got this. And I was fairly happy with this. I thought this looks good. It fits the chic style. It's got my logo, which I'm going to replace with my real logo, obviously, up there. Create a real Adobe Illustrator file with this copy, with this design, using this logo. Usually it takes about a day, and you get that back. So yeah, that's it, guys. That's as far as I'm going to take you. You can scan this code here if you want my guide for the top prompts for Amazon sellers for ChatGPT. So this is a 8-page guide that, let me know if this works for you guys. That basically is, I call it the underground guide for ChatGPT for Amazon sellers. So yeah, after you guys scan this, I'll give you a quick preview of it. And then we probably don't have time for questions, right, Mike? I ran way over. Okay, cool. All right. So questions will be casual after lunch. So yeah, I'll leave this up. Thank you guys. Appreciate your time.
Fantastic. Well, I hope everyone enjoyed their lunch. I really did really want to say a huge thank you to the catering team who put that on. So a nice big round of applause for the catering team. Fantastic. Okay, so thank you so much for sticking around, and we hope you're going to get a lot more out of this afternoon's sessions. We're going to be kicking off with the first of the sessions, which is going to be a panel discussion. And on stage, I've got Liren Hirschhorn from Incrementum Digital. I've got Dr. Angelos Katsaris from Avaz, Sebastian Hartz from Signify, and Yoni Mazur from Gatina. A nice big hand for the panel, please. You're going to need to also hold this as well, because this is for the online one, this is one for this one. So I'm asking them now to juggle 2 mics. So in case you didn't realise, this is actually being live cast around the world. So we've got a number of people actually watching through that camera just there. So We've been televising the whole thing today, and we're looking forward to ensuring that everybody gets the opportunity to engage in the live replays later this week, really. Okay, so this is a fireside chat, and the idea is to give you guys a little bit of insight into why you should be expanding your business cross-border and all of the things that are going on this year that make it even more important than ever to consider expanding. So I've got a few questions already prepared, and I think it's great to start by just basically saying the current economic climate obviously is very, very concerning, but I would like to know from the panel, when considering the climate for e-commerce sellers, what should they be doing to grow and expand their businesses cross-border? Start with Leon at the end, okay? You're going to need to talk into two mics.
Is this on?
Click it on.
There we go. So my opinion on what you should be focused on to grow your business in a, let's say, questionable economy is to invest where you are as sure as possible about your ROI. I can tell you in our business as an agency this year, we're making investments in the business where we think we're going to get an ROI. For example, improving your product, right? You should get an ROI on improving your product. Focus on those areas. So if we're talking about going international, I would really be focused on not taking unneeded risk. Focus on your best-selling products. Go slower. Make sure you have enough inventory, and I wouldn't take sort of more wild bets. Maybe that means not expanding into too many places at once. Maybe going into one place, starting with your best-selling product, and focusing on that, where you're kind of more of a short bet that you're going to get an ROI. Product you have a lot of reviews, you have a lot of success with, and that's kind of the way I would approach a questionable economy.
Thank you.
So let's see if that works together for both of the microphones. I mean, for once, I'm a seller myself from Germany, mostly selling inside Germany, but also in the European markets. Talking once about the sourcing as well, one of the things you probably have noticed, a lot of the companies are also sourcing from other countries than China, doing the so-called nearshoring, getting it from other countries as well, having less import tax and the Trump anti-dumping tariffs. But when it comes to also selling, for example, in Germany or in Europe, Germany would be the biggest market, then followed, of course, by the UK. When you are extending into those countries, there are a few hurdles to catch for the simple reason of whenever you start storing your products in those countries, you need to know that you need to have a VAT registration in those countries. If you're only storing in one country, but you are going, for example, more than $10,000 cross-border sales, you would need to register for OSS. It's the one-stop shop. For sure, partners of us can definitely help with all of them. But yet at the same time, if you think about Europe as well as another market, it could be 10, 20, 30, maybe even 40% additional to the sales that you could do compared to the US market. Now, obviously, from our side, me being based in Germany, having a lot of our German customers, a lot of our partners in there as well, that many of them, they are also coming to the US. Because we see, compared this to Germany, it may be a 10x market over here. So for sure, competition is also coming from the other parts of the world towards you. So why wouldn't you also go somewhere else? That's maybe better? Yeah, fantastic. Who has some more? Yoni.
Okay, so a few things. I just want to feel the crowd a little bit. Anybody already selling internationally or cross-border? Okay, we got some victims. And is this, so just one country or just all of Europe? If you, I don't know if you mind sharing. It's just like you start in the US and then you expanded, or you start in Europe and then you came to the US?
Europe sellers?
European? Europe? All the marketplace or just one? Nice. So all in. So yeah, you should be on stage. Yeah, you can. No. Okay. Good. Oh, demo. Okay. Yeah. So a few things to consider. One thing is that if you are already active in the US and you have a successful brand, it's really cool. There's one new, I guess, solution that I heard that rolled out in the past few months. It's with our friend Jana Krekic. It's called AMOR, Amazon Marketplace Opportunity Report. So you take any ASIN that you have, right, and you run it through this report. You're gonna have to pay the money. Basically, they're gonna take this ASIN and scan and do a market research on your target market. If it's UK, if it's Germany, they're really gonna give you a detailed report of a few pages. If they think there's a good economical value for you to go and pursue listing that ASIN and launching it in that market. So before you basically launch and do the whole craziness, you can actually get some more professional market research. So that's available for sellers, out there. If you guys want to check that out. If you already did that and you know you want to be there, just go do it. You're gonna have to basically make sure you have the right partners and the right infrastructure. Tax compliant is crucial, especially in Europe. In America it's important, but there's a bit more flexibility here in America, for better or worse. But over there it's pretty rigid. We really want you to be hardcore on your numbers. In Germany and UK, my history, I did the same thing. I started in the United States and then expanded into Europe. I did all the marketplaces. I did UK, Germany, Italy, Spain. Did I miss anything? And France. That's kind of the top 5 that I did. And Avast was actually, that's how I early on created a relationship with them, because they helped me kind of throughout the whole step of the way, especially all the quarterly reportings. I remember there was constantly quarterly reports, right, with VAT. I didn't have to worry too much, but I knew it was there because it was being handled. So that's always helpful. But yeah, I think if you are a retailer and you're creating a brand, and your really vision is to make sure that your brand and your products are available for consumers out there, especially if you have a global appeal, that is your mission, that is your duty. Just do it wisely, do it with data, do it with market research, and take it step by step and have the right partners in mind, so you don't hit any pitfalls, because it can hurt if you get slammed on the wrong way.
Absolutely, no. Sorry, I was also going to ask a quick question, because it's not just the VAT compliance element, isn't it? I think you've got additional compliance requirements if you're starting to trade in Europe. Does Andros want to take that?
Yeah, let me take it up.
Yeah.
So I would say primarily overseas, there may be some requirements like apart from the VAT and taxes, it could be the environmental packaging aspects. This is something that have come up like quite recently over the past year and a half, which was called the extended producer responsibility. It's basically whenever there is anything packaged that needs to be entering the market, there should be some form of a number that needs to be applied on the marketplace so that your products can be compliant. This is something it's something separate from the taxation aspects. This is specifically for the EU, UK marketplaces. It is something critical because that means that you'll be able to be securing your investment, and then your products will be able to circulate in a safe and compliant manner. But I would say one more thing that we also need to be keeping in mind is that when entering a new marketplace or a new jurisdiction, it's always important to keep in mind that importation, duties, and anything that has to do with the way that we trade through that market can have an impact. So, for example, in the UK, if you're selling like bicycle helmets, it's something that you may have to pay like duties when you import. But when you're trading within the country, there is no VAT applicable. That's something that can be a little bit more specific on your products that you're selling. Similarly, when you have to trade in other marketplaces, you may think like I may have the CE mark in Europe, like if I'm selling electronic products. But for me, overall, the bottom line is that, and going back maybe to the previous point, is that expanding or selling cross-border, it's important to know your numbers. You need to be having a very good grasp of how much am I going to be profiting, what is the actual cost. We had examples of sellers whereby they were saying that I'm making $2,000 a month, and when they came over to us, it was almost like 2,000 of what? We need to actually drill down to the specifics and understand like that 2,000 maybe could be a loss in the end if you haven't really understood very clearly what was the price point, and then what additional costs may have been incurred. So I would stress that having a very good understanding of your finances and profits is absolutely critical.
Thank you so much. That's wonderful. I think very, very key point there. And I'd also say that, in the current market, people are looking to see what they can do to reduce those costs. So my next question to the panel is, what would you recommend to sellers in order to reduce their costs but to maximize their profitability? What steps should they be taking?
I'll wait for others. I want to think about it.
Well, one of the first things, I guess. By the way, we have a question there coming also from the audit centers, for the listeners. But one of the things, for sure, as a sourcing company, is look into your product costs, because anything that you save in there, especially for your best sellers, they directly hit your bottom line margin. If you have a bestseller already, this is one of the things that a lot of people don't really think of. They say, how can I sell more? How can I get into more markets? How can I do whatever? But imagine you're selling some of the products like 5,000, 10,000 times a month or a year, and imagine each one of them, depending on how large it is, you would save $1 on sourcing the product. Where others, they're not even selling on Amazon. He's selling 500,000 pieces a year, which is a lot. But 27% import tax saved because not sourcing it in China. We found it in the same product, same or better quality in Vietnam. Thank you, Donald Trump. 27% saved in my pocket because Vietnam doesn't have it, and $1 cheaper. That was $770,000 of savings just by finding one of the best sellers in another country.
My question was related to this comment you mentioned about avoiding import tax by sourcing it, let's say, not from China. So is it like we're trying to find suppliers in the same country to avoid those taxes, or there's another method to avoid import taxes while not sourcing from common?
You would find it in other countries. So many products right now have an anti-dumping tariff against Chinese products.
Yeah.
So when you see one of the products coming in, and I think the record we had for one of the products were 47 or 48% import tax. So imagine you're making $100,000 orders, and the product is worth $100,000. Then you hit the U.S. border, and it's $47,000, $48,000 on top just to import it. You find the same product in another country. There can be, for example, Vietnam. There can be Thailand, Indonesia, or any other countries, or for example, Mexico, or maybe in the U.S. as well. And based on those countries, there may not be an import tariff or a much lower one.
Okay, so it varies by country to country. You will have different.
Yes.
Savings, optimizing margin.
Yeah, optimizing profitability, right? So ultimately, you can kind of go in two directions, and you should really be looking at both directions. One, obviously cutting costs. Two, growing sales, growing profits. Growing sales, growing profits part, I think testing pricing is probably something not enough sellers are doing. There's some software tools out there. Give a shout out to Chad Rubin, who's got a tool called Prophecy that allows you to test your pricing and algorithmically, based on competition and profit, figure out the best dollar price that you should be priced at. On the cutting cost side, look at where you're spending most of the money. Probably it's products. Already mentioned that. Looking at other sources, other countries. Number two, marketing, right? Your PPC for the most part. So looking at where can you cut? Are you cannibalizing your organic sales with ad sales? Are you investing in brand awareness or areas that are more long term than short term that maybe you should cut? Number two, you have your team. One thing we're doing in our business right now is we're looking at every single area of our business and where we could use AI to to improve our operations. And that's from creating SOPs to doing a lot of automations. We created, I'll mention in my talk, we created an AI that allows our team to basically chat with an internal chatbot for our entire database of all of our SOPs. Just getting more efficient in our operation. So, I think looking at every part of your business, knowing your numbers, really, I think is most important. So if it's not you that's the main person looking at the P&L, you need to have somebody on the team that's really strong and can go through with you and assess all the areas in the business where money's going out, money's coming in.
If I may add some more, like a life example of actually a friend of mine. Now, imagine that a salt and pepper, not a shaker, but a salt and pepper mill, where you put the pepper seeds in there. Somewhat okay, a nice, good-looking wood, ceramics inside. How much would you pay for a salt and pepper mill? $10, 15? Anybody 20? Higher?
As a consumer?
Yeah, as a consumer.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
So if it's a good one, maybe 25 or so. So my call out here is by now, my very first brand started in 2014, RFID blocker cards, absolute Me Too product. People just come in, all you have to do is print your logo on, card is done. It was a race to the bottom. Now, originally it was selling for $15. I used to have 63 direct competitors for the same product in just Germany. Prices went down to $5.70 right now, somewhere around this. But on the other hand, set yourself off. Focus on premium products. Now back to the salt and pepper mill. We can now talk about it. He exited the business for a very nice sum, sold it to one of the big aggregators. Pepper mill, salt pepper mill, just a set of two, nice packaging around it. Focus, please, always. Any product you bring, focus on really, 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 really good images. Yes, invest $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 into pictures. Why? Because you're setting yourself off of the competition. Most of the competition was $15 to $20, somewhere around there. Before he exited the business, we call him the king of margins. $6 purchasing cost, 70 euros, which is about $70 for a salt and pepper mill.
That's the price he sold it for?
That's the price I sold it for, and people went crazy for it. It was presents, it was nicely wrapped, there was a ribbon around it, and all of that extra, the extra details, give customer support, make a nice message, and so. They were selling it for $20, $25. He was selling it for $70. Just now earlier, because we had this discussion with one of the attendees, I looked into this, what are they selling it for now? The aggregators are still selling it for $44. Here comes a different thing, again, including VAT, including all the tax in Germany, but that's still $44 compared to $20. Just by making nice images, giving an extra touch, looking for good quality. And with this additional money for not only the profitability, but you know what you can afford with this? You put more money into ads and you're number one. Because most of the customers, most of the consumers in Amazon, they still don't know. If you look at 1, 2, 3, 4 on a desktop, they're all sponsored ads. They think they're bestsellers. No, they're not. They're just paid. So the more money you sell it for, the more premium you make it, the more money you also have to put yourself forward. The more money you can give to Amazon.
Just to kind of attach to what you're saying here, so when you look at your portfolio of products that you're selling, if you can identify that a few of your products are becoming commoditized and fierce competition, it puts you in a junction where you really have two options. One option, stop selling it, so kind of get out of it and focus on the better margin products. Or like Sebastian was saying, if you can really identify an opportunity to actually pivot this product and make it a premium offer, try it out, test it out. It should be low cost. You're paying the same cost for the product, but you can add all these elements, all these bells and whistles, and a bit more investment into the experience, the shopping experience. So when they go in, there's a nice video, better images, whatever it is, and price it higher. And if you see that it's converting and there's really nobody competing with you on those elements, you might find an amazing opportunity within your catalog because you kind of ditched that race to the bottom kind of effect, and you pivoted. I can share that I kind of did that when I was selling jewelry. It was rings, and everybody was competing actually between $20 to maybe $40. And then I figured out if I actually push it to $250, for these rings, people are looking to get married, and they don't want to buy $20 to $40 ring. So they actually start the search from $100 up, $200 up, and all of a sudden we found ourselves in a position where we can actually completely change the dynamic of the brand and the positioning of it to premium, luxury, whatever it is, even though pretty much we're at the same cost as the other competitors, but you reconfigure yourself. I'll give you an example from perfumes. We all go to buy perfumes in Macy's, department stores, $60 bottle, $80 bottle, $100 bottle. Do you think there's any real difference between that bottle and any bottle you buy in like TJ Maxx for $15 from a generic brand? No. But the reason we're paying for the Givenchy or Dior, all that stuff, because they put so much elements into the feeling, the ambiance, whatever it is, and they become premium brands. So once again, when you're in the race to the bottom, either get out or really try to find a real authentic way to resonate and push yourself up to become premium. Just food for thought on profitability on a strategic level.
And you probably wouldn't be the top spender of your own products. Try to raise the price. be more brave than you would spend on your own. See what happens, and keep doing it.
Perfect. Thanks very much, guys. So we are coming up to time nearly on this panel discussion. It was only a short one, but can you give a final piece of advice from each of you, please, that would that you want people to take away with today to really focus on?
Okay. I would say, as we said, numbers are really important. For me, the main thing, everything is hiding behind your product cost analysis. I'm coming from a numbers company, as you can appreciate. It's going to be on that basis, that understanding. But I believe that this is the start of the whole journey. There are 4 types of key costs that you're going to be having: is your actual product, is your packaging, shipping along with storage, and then it's your advertising. The whole game is hiding behind those key 4 things. If you have a very good grasp of where things are progressing, you'll be able to capture those markets and those opportunities. What Chris Rowling said previously, he was preaching about ChatGPT. I couldn't agree more with that. This is the future, and it can build your from almost nothing your customer avatars. You need to have a very good understanding who your target customers are, and just keep up with the changes around you, and just, I would say, learn your customers, like be in their shoes, learn from what are their habits, learn their habits, and make your products be to resonate against their needs. This is for me the key message.
Not an expert on cross-border, but one piece of advice: hire people that are smarter than you in areas that you are not an expert in, whether that's internal or external. That's what's going to take you to the next level.
Very good one. So I don't need to repeat this one. That was really one of the things. I don't want to deal with taxes across borders myself. I'll start talking to Avask, of course. But at the same time, Amazon selling used to be quite easy. You didn't really need to care about the customers. You put your products up there, you just sell it. But you know what? Everybody does that by now. Now is the time again to focus on the whole customer journey, the whole customer experience. What is inside the packaging? How are you following up on this? Which partners can you use to really optimize it, be better than other Amazon sellers? And yes, Sean Hart got his attention. He is later going to speak about the same thing again, probably about email marketing, or how you can, do the whole thing of really bringing out customer experience. Because buying on Amazon is a standard thing today. How are you going to be better than all of the other sellers out there? Put more love in there, put emails in there, get their names, get in touch with them, send them presents. I buy now with my own brands. I'm sending out, postcards after that. They don't expect it. I have the address. I send out a postcard, and I send out another postcard. And the third thing that I send is a small extra present on there. And the fourth thing I send is another thing, and I never ask for a review. Surprise them, blow them out of their shoe. What's the English one? Blow them out of their shoes, or like
out of their socks.
Out of their socks. There we go.
Make the water.
There you go.
English way to say it. Yeah. Okay, so just a quick recap. Just when you're in this environment, you're a retailer, but the medium is digital. It's on the internet, which means there's a wealth of data, and you got to use the data and leverage to your advantage. I think George earlier was when he was speaking about advertising, he said before you kind of bet on this keyword or that keyword, and what does the data suggest so far if you've already invested into it? Always kind of scrutinize the data, scrutinize the reality of things, and have that kind of scientific approach. Of course, use your creativity, go into the mindset of being a consumer, what the experience is like. But the experience, how do you measure it? Through data. So if it's measurable, you can improve it. And it's a constantly environment where you constantly learn and adjust. So the fact that you're already here, you're learning new things, you're adding more layers of competency to your abilities. Kudos to you guys for being here, taking the time. You're in the right place in the right time. I think in the United States, e-commerce is like 15 or 16% of the economy. You can probably bet your arm that is going to go to 17%, 18%, 19%, 20%. And you guys are in the mix. You guys are pushing that revolution of expansion into e-commerce because at the end of the day, it's just more efficient. It's very hard for me to buy in stores physically. It's not efficient. I'm going to take my car. I'm going to go to this store, put the bag in the car, go to another. It's like weird for me. So I just, a few clicks, I get the best products that I want, the best pricing, all the way to my doorstep. And I have time for family, for life, whatever it is. So you guys are the ones that are enabling all that. So thank you. And that's my little advice for that.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, that's all the time we've got for the panel. So if you do have any questions, they are going to be here all day. So please do feel free to grab them at one of the breaks or when you have some extra time. But in the meantime, can I have a huge round of applause for my panel? That's Mira Gershon, that's Andros Katsaris, that's Sebastian Hans, and obviously Yoni Mazur.
What are you gonna talk about? And I sent an email. It was early on, I think, before a few weeks ago, and I said, I don't know, I'll speak about something related to marketing in the Amazon space. But I think the person who I emailed took it literally and made that the title of my presentation. So the title is Amazon Stuff, a presentation on some stuff related to the Amazon space. But we're gonna have a better topic than that. Maybe I'll do this manually. Okay. Okay. I'm the founder of Incrementum Digital. We help grow sales on Amazon for brands. What we're going to talk about is actually the Amazon Marketing Cloud. Who has heard of the Amazon Marketing Cloud? One person? Okay, cool. So I think in the near future, everybody will know about the Amazon Marketing Cloud, but you should know about it now. We'll talk about what it is, what a clean room is. We'll look at a case study, some use cases, and if we have time, I'll talk a little bit about how we use AI in our business as well. Okay, a little bit about us. Growth engine for brands on Amazon. We work with, we have 80 plus people on our team. We work with about 150 plus brands, helping manage their advertising, their listings, seller operations. That's my COO and partner, Brian, who is amazing at operations and automation. I encourage you to follow him on LinkedIn. He writes a lot about how he's using AI and tools to build automation within our business. His name is Brian Dow, D-A-O. My team put this together. A little bit about our history. Primarily, I started helping sellers in 2019 with their advertising. Really put a focus on it in the beginning of 2020. I sold a brand to a competitor, and today we have. Last year we managed about $60 million in ad spend, and we're looking towards 100 million next. But let's talk about the topic, which is the Amazon Marketing Cloud. So Amazon Marketing Cloud is a suite of advertising and marketing tools designed to help businesses optimize their ad campaigns, manage customer data, and measure the effectiveness of their marketing efforts. So why do we need this? We already have a lot of reporting within Amazon. So let's talk about a scenario. I have an Amazon shopper. They are searching on Amazon. They click on a sponsored brand ad. After they click on sponsored brand ad, they go to your listing, but they don't buy. Later that day, they scroll on a website off of Amazon, and they see a retargeting ad, and they remember they need to buy the item. They go back to Amazon, and they search the brand name, and they click on the top sponsored product and sponsored product ad, and they buy the product, okay? So this is the journey of the customer. So question for you guys, what gets attribution in a scenario? Who gets the credit for the sale? Anyone know? Go back to the last scenario. They click on sponsored product ad, then they see a retargeting ad, then they search a brand and click on the sponsored product ad. Who gets credit for the sale? The last ad, right? The sponsored product ad, right? What happens to all the stuff that happened beforehand?
Waste.
Is it waste though?
I mean, top of funnel.
Right. So the issue you have is everything they did before, they saw a sponsored brand and they clicked on it. In your data, it's going to look like a click, no sale, right? It doesn't get any attribution currently. The retargeting ad won't get attribution because the last thing they did was click on sponsored product ad. And Amazon is, and most advertising platforms are last click attribution, okay? But this is a problem because I don't truly understand the customer journey, and that's where things are moving on Amazon. Instead of just looking at your ROAS on a particular ad type or ACOS or TACOS, you're going to be looking at the customer journey to understand. And AMC solves this problem. Okay, AMC will actually show you the full customer journey that the customer goes through before they buy the product, and you'll have a better understanding of how all these things work together as opposed to each one on their own. Okay, so the problem is when we had a talk today by George about DSP. With DSP, you can run top of funnel, you run these awareness campaigns. These are view-through conversions. So what happens with DSP is you run a top of funnel. The person might go to Amazon, go to your listing, then after they see a retargeting ad, they go back and buy. Only the retargeting ad gets credit. You don't know that originally they started with this top of funnel and actually that should get credit. AMC shows you that full experience. It solves this problem. Amazon really wants to solve the problem because they want people to understand how all these ads work together. If you understand that sponsored brands and sponsored product will work better together, you're more likely to do it, right? But if you don't know, it's just going to look like wasted ad spend. So AMC solves this problem, and we're going to talk about a lot of different use cases for using it. Okay, so what we're talking about is called a media mix, which is a media mix or marketing mix is the combination of communication methods in which brands can reach their desired audiences. And this is kind of like a potential scenario like we spoke about. Somebody sees a sponsored product, they click on the ad, they go to the detail page, then they see a remarketing ad, then they get an email from Amazon, then they use Alexa to search for the product or buy the product, and after the purchase they get a follow-up email, right? And these are all steps in the journey. And again, with Amazon advertising, you're only getting the last step in the journey. You're not getting the full picture. AMC is what's called a clean room. Okay, what a clean room is basically a place where there's a lot of data, but it's private. Okay, you don't get which customer actually did what, but you basically get all the data, and it protects the customer because it's anonymized. But it's one place where in this context, you'll be able to see the full journey. So you'll be able to fully understand the exact steps customers are taking before they buy the product. Also, the attribution window, right, that we have today. We have 7-day sponsored products, 14-day sponsored brand. What if somebody clicked on your sponsored product ad a month ago and then went and bought the product today? Looks like wasted spend. But is it wasted spend? Not really, right? AMC solves this issue. So the way we look at the customer journey, the way we look at ads is over the next year or so is really going to transform with AMC. And as software companies are building into the API and you're able to get this data, you're going to hear a lot more about AMC. This is a case study. I actually got this off Amazon's website. There was a case study there about an agency that worked with Spoonful One. And what they uncovered was that the purchase rate of audiences exposed to both display and sponsored products together was 3 times higher than those to sponsored product ads alone. In the meantime, half of all audiences who made a purchase were reached by both display ads and sponsored product ads. Again, normally you wouldn't know that. AMC solves this issue. Okay, so how is the reporting different? So basically, Amazon Marketing Cloud is accessed through SQL, query-based analysis. And you have to understand SQL and understand what to kind of query all the data. The data has the entire journey, but you really need to have an understanding of this and be an expert in being able to query this. Again, software will do this to some extent in order to understand this data. This is, we have access to it. This is kind of what it looks like. You have, all these different potential and a lot more information that you can pull. And you have to query. One of the things I want to show you is that we use ChatGPT to learn how to query SQL in order to better understand it. Okay, so let's go through use cases. We actually made 3 different pages of a bunch of different use cases for how these work together. Okay, so number 1. How DSP contributes to overall sales growth. Really important, right? George spoke about DSP. We run DSP as well. But many people say, hey, I'm running DSP. I don't really know. Is it contributing? Is it not contributing? We don't really know, right? I'm sure, George, common question, right? Amazon Marketing Cloud will really help you understand that. You'll be able to see you had 1,000 people that saw a top of funnel ad, then a sponsored brand ad, then a retargeting ad, then they purchased. You had X amount of people, and you really see which ads are working best together and which top of funnel type ads are contributing to actual sales, and not just brand awareness, but actual sales. Okay, how do different funnels of DSP interact? You'll understand if an upper funnel is actually fueling the bottom of the funnel with the right audiences. The conversion path taken by the user, exactly what I just mentioned, exactly what steps they take. You'll then be able to focus specifically on specific audiences that you know are more likely to buy. You'll be able to better understand how DSP and sponsored ads work together to increase sales. Again, because we're not just looking at a last touch. In fact, you could create data where you create data with SQL where you'll be able to say, I want to look at everything where it's the first touch. What was the first click, or what was the middle click? And you can actually assign percentages of attribution to each one and kind of create your own data set of everything that's in AMC. Okay, you'll better understand how sponsored display versus DSP work together. So you can compare, you can run sponsored display, you can run DSP. You can better understand which one is working better, both customer journeys through each one, and understand which is a better investment. Okay, you'll be able to get insights on converting audiences and target those in awareness campaigns. You also can create audiences from within AMC. So you can actually do things like target people that have added your product to cart, that have searched a brand, that added your product to wish list, that have been on a wedding registry or baby registry. Lots of different targeting that you can create audiences in DSP based on AMC. You'll be able to get insights on frequency. With DSP, you can set how many times a person sees your ads. You'll be able to understand what's the right exposure. How many times does it take for a person to see my ads before they buy? You'll be able to understand how long does it take people to convert after seeing an ad. Is it typically half an hour with my product? Is it typically 5 days? What's the average time after people see my ads when they buy the product? You'll be able to see branded searches. So you'll be able to see which types of ads later on lead to customers coming back and searching for your brand name, which is really powerful. You'll be able to see what's the second ASIN that people buy. Okay, so people start with this ASIN. What's typically the second ASIN that they buy from the brand? New to brand customers, you'll know which campaigns are responsible for new to brand customers. You'll be able to understand the lifetime value and the cost of acquisition, hourly ads performance, as well as geolocation, both for sponsor products and DSP. You'll be able to know where people are buying and actually create audiences for those particular zip codes. And I think the future with Amazon ads is you'll be able to also target by zip code. I think that's going to come out. Okay, so just a little bit about accessing how to get access to AMC. Currently, basically, agencies, software companies can provide reporting. There's a cost to it because it's very manual right now, but it's going to be more automated. What you're going to start to see is tools offering like a freemium version where they'll have certain templates for free and then certain custom reporting that you might want at a cost. And my prediction is you're going to see pricing come down. Okay, as the API goes into effect, right now it could be more expensive and probably will be 12 months from now to access this data. The last part that I wanted to touch on is AI for Amazon, how to get the most out of the tools available and how we use it in our business. We're an agency business, not a product business, but you can translate a lot of what we're doing in your business as well and what we're doing for customers. So here's a case. So some things you could do. We've created SQL inquiries. We've written headline ads copy for our customers. We write listings with ChatGPT, talking to seller support, customer service, especially if you have a team overseas, and copying, pasting reviews, a large number of reviews and analyzing them. Here on top, you see that we wrote, can you draft content for a case to send Amazon seller support to remove the retail team contribution from the listing? I'm the manufacturer. ChatGPT gives us exactly what to write. And again, you might have to tweak it, talk to it again, and iterate, but it saves a lot of time. Here, our team wrote a Python script that allowed us to basically pull products from storefronts faster. So we gave ChatGPT this prompt to create a Python script, and it did it. Okay. Our team wanted to develop an internal training track to assist in our team's soft and hard skill sets. We asked ChatGPT, you're the head of HR at a fast-growing Amazon marketing agency, write an outline for us with a training program with links and resources. And now we're implementing these things for our team from a variety of sources around communication, around customer service, around time management. These not expensive, and we're leveling up our team. And again, we're using ChatGPT to do it. And the last thing is, this is a tool called Meet Cody. It allows you to create an internal AI. We use this in our business. We call it IDGPT. Our entire team has access to it. And I went in yesterday and I said, how do I create a coupon? I even made a spelling mistake. And I wanted to see, does it still capture it? How do I create a coupon in Seller Central? This basically takes all our internal knowledge base, all our internal SOPs, we give it access, and boom, it gives the answer. And this is something you can implement with your team. And we've saved a tremendous amount of time and efficiency using AI in our business. So that's it for my presentation. If anyone has any questions, happy to take them. And on AMC, on PPC, or maybe some of the AI stuff.
Yeah, what was the name of that program?
This is called Meet Cody, meetcody.ai. CODY, and I'm pretty sure it's free.
Right.
We also have a paid GPT account, which I recommend. It's faster. We use GPT-4, which is more advanced than the 3.5 or 3 version, and it doesn't really have downtime. So I recommend. It's $20 a month.
You said on AMC you could see the secondary ACE you buy. How is that different from the brand analytics reporting?
You can actually see a set of users, and it's not just a repurchase rate. It's showing you the exact amount of people that bought this ASIN and then bought the other. Brand analytics is not as detailed. Again, you're going to see that people will start to focus with ads on customer journey and how things work together, as opposed to the way we look at ads today. And it's gonna go a lot of changes in reporting what people look at. It's especially good if you're doing upper funnel and doing DSP, but it's going to apply to sponsored products, sponsored brands, creating audiences. There's going to be a lot of opportunities to better understand. And if you did DSP in the past and it didn't work for you, maybe it didn't work because you didn't fully understand the numbers. It's not right for every brand, same as George said, but AMC will allow you to better understand the customer journey and if it really makes sense for your brand or not. And it's the first time that we really have access to this data.
Is there a program that you've been using to access the AMC data?
So we have access to what's called to create instances and to pull these queries. We use Perpetua as a tool. So Perpetua can give you the reporting. There's other tools that can also give you the reporting. Intent-wise, Perpetua, probably PackView has it. XMAR is another tool that has it. So tools have it. And again, they have, Perpetua right now charges $3,000 for a report. You need it quarterly, basically, but like I said, it's expensive right now. There's other tools that may be less. It's expensive right now, but I would say wait 6 months. There's going to be free versions with data, and then the cost is going to go down. They're doing it. They're purposely charging more because it's manual right now, and right now all the software companies are either have some sort of API into it or building it. Once there's more automation around it, the cost. We're also building our own automation into it, but it's probably 3-4 months away, and hopefully we'll be able to, not charge at all, or for our clients, or charge a lot less than what's being charged right now. So I would say, if you're spending significant budgets on DSP, $25,000 a month, $50,000 a month, probably I would pay for it. But if you're not, I would wait. But you should be aware of everything that's there and your ability also to create audiences that you can't create right now. People who search your brand, people who add to cart. You can't do that in DSP. You can only do it with AMC. So there's tremendous amount of data there, everything there on the customer journey. So it's going to change again. Any other questions?
They buy from any other licensing, they click your ad, it'll get treated as a sale, your sales content. Nothing is heterosexual. I can identify that and take that out. Say that I didn't get that sale actually.
Right. Right.
Tremendously low ACOs.
Right. I imagine that the data is there and that you could, yes, because the concept of a clean room is that everything is there. You just need to understand how to query it properly and create a custom report. So yes, I think it'll solve that issue. Whether or not you should be running sponsored brands when you only have one line or something is a separate question. But yeah, you should be able to get that kind of information. Anything else? Okay, thank you, everybody.
All right. That's not good enough. That's not going to fly with me. Who came here to have a good time? Yeah, there we go. All right. By show of hands, how many of you like money? All right. The rest of you are lying. Look, I brought a pocket full of money I'm going to give away. So you guys might want to pay attention. Go ahead and close down that browser, because we're going to talk about something today. Unless you've been following me, you probably never heard of this. It's my product launch domination. And we're going to solve 3 common problems here: launching, ranking, and list building. Whoa. Yes, launching, ranking, and list building. That's going to be on the test. So I'm going to show you how to create an Amazon listing that dominates any market. I don't care what you're selling, and also builds a massive customer list that you can use to launch your product or any other product at full price. How many of you are getting better deals on sponsored ads? Yeah, I didn't think so. So we're going to eliminate some of that expense today. Launching, ranking, and list building. And we're going to make this fun. As soon as I make this clicker work. Mike, did you turn it off? He did. Watch this. Boom. I only have 30 minutes. So I'm going to make what's called an ethical bribe, okay? How many of you have sat through a presentation like this and you walk away and you don't remember anything? Yes. Welcome to the club. You know what that makes you? Human. Exactly.
Oh, all right.
That's not worth $50 though. So I'm going to bribe you to pay attention. Even you, George. So I'm going to ask a few questions about the slides randomly. And if you get the questions right, I'm going to give you $50, which will get you about a cup of coffee in New York. Okay? So who can tell me the 3 problems that we're going to solve? Not you. You're disqualified. I literally said it 3 times. Yes, Antonio, the last guy in the room that needs more money. You know what I love about this guy? You know, Antonio, when this guy walks in the room, the average net worth increases like several $100,000. What's the 3 answers? Yes? Yes, ma'am.
Product launch, digitalization, advertising, marketing.
Ranking and list building. All right, here we go, Antonio. Give him a hand. All right, is that real money? Believe me, he would know. All right, was that fun? Launching, ranking, and list building. So, who here wants to completely destroy any of your competitors' chances of stealing more of your sales? Woo! Yes? How about guaranteeing the success of any new product launch? Okay, 2 of you. All right. Who wants to guarantee success of a product launch? All right. I'm going to get them warmed up for you, Antonio. You know he's next, right? So I'm going to show you how to create irresistible offers on Amazon by stacking up tremendous value using what I call OPP. Now, let's see where our 90s kids are here. Who's down with OPP? That's it right there. You just gave it away. Yes. Other people's products. And all we're really boiling this down to is creating more value than you'll see in any other product listing. Our listings using this strategy on Amazon never need to compete on price, right? Because there's simply no other comparable offer on Amazon. I know no one here loves competition. And with this, we're able to attract new buyers, convert those buyers at a higher percentage, and then double and triple the value of each customer. That sounds sexy? We accomplish this with what we call post-purchase marketing. And no, this is not a shameless plug for my company, Post-Purchase Pro, which does post-purchase marketing as a service. I'm just saying. But what is post-purchase marketing? Anyone? Yes, sir.
After someone buys your product, you market more to them.
After someone buys your product, you market more to them. Exactly. It's everything that happens after the initial purchase. You've heard of back-end offers, follow-up offers, right? Add-ons, upsells. This is post-purchase marketing. This is marketing that happens post-purchase. Makes sense, right? And with post-purchase marketing, this allows you to build a list of fans, nurture relationships, deliver more value, lower bad reviews, create more sales, eliminate returns in some cases, and build a more valuable brand. Now, for $50, who can name 3 of those 7 items? I told you. This is like this quiz. It's like the McRib sandwich. You know it's coming back. You just don't know when. All right, I got a couple of them. Yes.
Lower bad reviews, build your brand, and sell more of your products.
You got a 4th one? Give him a hand.
Thank you.
He happens to be one of my very happy clients.
I'm fine.
He's a client. Okay. So he's cheating a little bit. So there you go. Now, you guys ready to pay attention? Let's talk about email and text marketing, which is our most profitable channels when it comes to post-purchase. But why email and text? I'll give you a perfect example. I was over there hanging out with Natalia, and she said, it's hard for a redneck to say that. Natalia, there you go. She had like 6 live viewers on the stream. I said, let me send out a quick text blast. So I blasted out, and we got like 40 more real quick, right? This channel, an email list or a text message list, it's the only marketing asset that once you acquire, you own this forever and ever, and you can use it as much as you want to. And I know a lot of the other speakers already talked about this, right? It's better than any of the other black hat stuff that you see out there because this is legit. If you own an email list, and some of you, God forbid, Antonio, are on my email list. How many of you are on my email list? All right, I'm sorry about that. He's got 2 hands in the air. He doesn't have enough arms. Yes. That is a valuable asset because, of course, you can unsubscribe. But how many of you think that if you post an ad on Facebook, that Facebook can tell you that you can't advertise to your very own list of followers? That's a reality. At the end of the day, when it comes to chat box and social media, Facebook actually owns the asset. It's not yours. And this is going to solve that for you. So if you want to crush your competition and at the same time build a massive source of traffic that you own forever, this is the hack that I call Amazon Launch Domination. You guys say it with me? Amazon Launch Domination. That's not going to be on the test. Now, I want you to pay close attention, Brianna, because this is not something that you're going to see in a course or posted in a Facebook group somewhere. This is going to be unique, okay? Here's the entire system in an overview, but I'm going to break down each individual step, and then I'm going to show you not 1, not 2, but 3 examples, and then we're going to tie this back to Amazon. Does that make sense? You guys with me? All right, let's move on. So the first part of this process, and I promise this will all make sense when I wrap it up in 24 minutes, launch an easy, low barrier product. Now, I've created numerous businesses, both good and bad in my career. We won't talk about the bad ones, but it's often I've had to depend on my ability to create what I call a gateway product. The gateway product is like a tripwire product that literally designed to open the door to the sales funnel. Now, the gateway product normally is a lower priced product that we use as that tripwire, and it lowers the acquisition hurdle or the cost of acquisition to bring in new customers in. Here's the problem. When you go to launch a hero product on Amazon, it's often very competitive, right? And it's hard to carve out a piece of that niche, all right? The barrier to entry is just a little bit too high, right? Can you guys relate? Huge competition makes it difficult to get started. So that's why we start with a low barrier product. You'll find out here more in just a second. And then we're going to make sure that that gateway product, and this guy's got a beautiful phone, but I'm literally going to give you a QR code where you can download all the slides with no opt-in. Thanks to Antonio. He said, for God's sakes, don't give Sean anyone's email address. But I'm going to reward you for it. You want to make sure it's within your niche. In other words, you want to sell something that's along the same lines of what you want to launch. So like if I were to sell you a Chevrolet pickup truck and then send you marketing about a Ford pickup truck, it just doesn't make sense, right? You want to sell something that's in the same line. And then use the gateway product to open that first order so that you can do what? Build a list. And then we use the customer list to launch your hero product. This is the product where you really make money. It's just about lowering that hurdle. Does this make sense so far? All right. This is what I call the uncircumcised, the circumcised version of my presentation, because last week, Mike was back there tapping his watch the whole time going, come on, we're out of time. So I eliminated a few slides, but I'll hang out for Q&A. All right, next step, you want to dominate the market with breakthrough pricing. And the easiest way to gain immediate attention on a new product launch is to just beat the competition with pricing, right? That's one of the easiest ways to dominate and gain attention. The next step is to create a ton of break-even sales. Stay with me here. I know you guys are here to make a profit. But this gateway product, it's not necessarily designed to make a profit. It's designed to open the door to your sales funnel. Is this making sense? All right. And then you want to demand attention with awesome value. This is where it gets really, really cool. This is where we use OPP. You down with OPP? Yes. Yes, someone is. That's not the line, though. Yeah, you know me. There we go. Thank you, Chris. All right. We create an offer that will make any reasonable Amazon shopper feel stupid saying no or choosing another product. And we do this by borrowing other people's products. The good part about this, and you'll find out in just a second, by borrowing other people's products, these other products you don't have to fulfill. You don't have to support. You don't have to ship. It's a beautiful thing. And I have 3 examples coming. Next step, we have to compel the buyer to opt in. I know that's a curse word in a lot of circles, but without an opt-in, we can't really do post-purchase marketing, right? So we need a way to re-engage and communicate with that customer post-purchase. So we force the customer to opt in to redeem the bonus. It'll make sense in just a moment. So the buyer of your product must redeem the valuable bonus by opting in with an email, sending a text message, scanning a QR code, something like this. And then you deliver the offer through the email. We're obviously going to collect customer contacts. So to build a massive contact list of your best customers, the customer makes a purchase. You're already doing this part, right? Hopefully you guys are making sales. The customer opts in, and then the customer gets a free bonus. Now, we've all done this as consumers, right? Has anyone ever seen, like McDonald's, for example, says, if you download our smartphone app, you get a free meal. Now, why would they do that? Because they want a way to communicate with you, right? for post-purchase marketing. This is the same thing. And then you're going to use that niche customer list that you've created to launch your real product on Amazon to your buyer list. The next step, you have to ensure a successful launch. But I want you to think about something. This list is not what you would call a cold list. These customers have already shown interest in your niche and they've opted into your list. They recognize your brand, right? The next step, keep the list warm. And this is the part that Mr. Bindi back there can't stand about my marketing. We have to keep you warm. If you're not communicating with your list, then they easily forget who you are. I just had a call with a massive software company this morning who said, look, I want you to promote this for me. And I said, to my list? No, thanks. He says, no, I have 600,000 Amazon sellers on my list. Yeah, some of you in this room. He goes, just import the list and mail them. I said, doesn't work that way, baby. They don't know me. I have no rapport with those people. We can't just import a list. I'm telling you guys, all lists are not created equal. The only people that we want to communicate with are those who already recognize our brand. We've already done business with these people. We have rapport, whether good or bad, Antonio. But either way, thanks for letting me pick on you, man. You're a great mark. Next step, launch or relaunch on demand. So think about it. If you need to relaunch a product that's getting slower sales, or you want to launch something new in the same category, you have a list and they've already opted in and said yes to you once. It becomes so much easier to sell to them because they already know you. And then finally, you can do this as often as you like. Repeat this process anytime you want to boost in sales. In my book, which I have a copy back there in my bag, Private Label Millionaire Secrets, we discuss several core strategies, but one of the concepts that I discuss in a lot of detail is the tripwire concept. Now, we're all heard of a tripwire, right? Does anyone not know what a tripwire is? Okay. A tripwire is something to grab attention. It's a wallet opener. It's something to open the door to the sales funnel. And all we've done is use that concept in our Amazon business, and we've seen massive success. We also talk about the importance of getting the very first yes and how the first yes starts what I call the slippery slope effect. Now, for a little bit of recognition and $50, how many can tell me the name of my book? Yes, Natalia.
Private Label Millionaires.
Yes. Give her a hand. Here's a $50 bill for you. Get you a cup of coffee and some parking. Private Label Millionaire Secrets, also available on Amazon. Just saying. All right. Here's the thing I want you to understand before we jump into the examples. The simpler the first ask, the easier it is to get the first yes. How many of you have children? I do. All right. Ever try to get your kid to clean his room? Yes? It's pretty difficult, right? Well, see, I use a little Jedi mind trick on him. If I said, son, go clean your room, he's just going to go in there and pout and say, I'm not cleaning my room. But if I were to say, hey, son, how about I help you make your bed? Okay, let's do it, Dad. We make the bed. Let's pick up a few of these toys. And before you know it, he's on a slippery slope cleaning his room, or he's conned me into doing it for him, right? What I'm saying is lower the hurdle to get that first yes, okay? And start the slippery slope process where every interaction that you have with the customer becomes the next obvious benefit, not only to him, but for your business. You know, we may ask you, like literally, this is a legitimate funnel. I just thought of this, not part of the presentation. But I did some testing recently on getting opt-ins because that's what we do. Just ask Antonio, he'll tell you. We're infamous for it, right? So if I ask for your email address, that's a little bit invasive, right? But not as invasive as asking for a social security number. So how many of you here would give me your email address? You guys are crazy knowing what you already know about me. But you'd never give me your social security number, right? What if I ask for a zip code? You ever think about that? Does anyone feel threatened by giving me their zip code? But this is what we've tested. On an opt-in page, I only ask for a 5-digit zip code. No one's afraid to give you the zip code. But on the very next page, it says, congratulations, based on your zip code, you're entitled to da-da-da-da-da. Now I need your first name. Well, that's not too bad. Before you know it, you're on the slippery slope. And then you're on one of our email lists, and you can just ask Antonio what happens there. It's called the slippery slope. This is an example of a flow that we use in our business. Okay, get the first ask and make it simple so that you can start the process. So think about this. What is your goal? Well, my goal is to sell a hero product at maximum price. Okay, don't focus on that. First, focus on what we want or what we need to do to get that first yes. Maybe it's just a zip code. You guys smell what I'm stepping in here now? Yeah? Okay. Don't be nodding off to sleep on me here. Get the easiest first yes from your prospect, because after the buyer has said, yes, I'll give you my zip code, or yes, I'll join you for a seller event in New York. Next thing you know, we're marketing to you, right? And then we become engaged in your brand and we're providing services. But you guys didn't know you came here to sign up for services, did you? How many of you came here looking to spend money? See? But that's the slope that you're on. Just keeping it real. So each additional yes becomes much easier, and this is why the slippery slope works so well. And it's why in our business we put so much pressure on getting that first yes. You guys having fun yet? Yeah. All right. I think I might need to give away some more money. Let's take a look at a real example. This is the company, Original Bamboo Pillow, that I sold back in 2017. But when I first launched it in 2014, it was super competitive. But with this strategy, our competitors didn't even stand a chance. What I found was that this sleep mask was a perfect gateway product for quickly creating 250,000 sales transactions, right? And out of those 250,000 sales, we created a list of 50,000. I know it's only a 20% opt-in, but we were able to use the 50,000 sleep mask customers to launch the bamboo pillow. Now this is making sense, right? All right. Here's how we did it. We launched the sleep mask at a very competitive price for $5.99, where we barely break even, but it helped me create a list of raving fans. These raving fans have digitally identified themselves as being buyers of sleep products. Are you with me?
Yep.
You loving this?
Okay.
All right. Here's the idea. Create a self-liquidating offer, build a list, and then use the list to launch like we did. At the end of the day, all you're really doing with this strategy is you're creating what we call a value ladder, where each subsequent sale becomes more and more valuable, increasing the lifetime value of the customer. You guys are all aware of this. As a consumer, you see it every day. But I'm here to tell you that it doesn't have to be any different with your Amazon business. But how do we get them to give us their email address? Is that what you're wondering? How many of you want to know, right? And don't we need to get the Tripwire product ranked? Yeah? Who's thinking that? Well, you're right. And here's how you can rank very quickly. What I'm showing you is how to create what we call a mafia offer. How many of you in this room have read my book, The Private Label Millionaire Secrets? One of you? Two of you? Okay. I definitely recommend that you go get it. It's like $3.99 on Amazon. It's the cheapest they'll let us sell it, but it's worth it. The mafia offer that we're creating on Amazon is simply an offer that's so good that your customer on Amazon can't say no. All right? We do this by piling up so much value using other people's products, and then completely destroy any risk for the buyer. That way your customer simply can't say no. And then it removes all their barriers to getting that first yes. Here's how to guarantee your ranking. You create a listing that cannot be ignored, cannot be competed with, by creating an offer so good that they will literally feel stupid choosing any other product. Now let's look at some examples. What we're going to do here will fundamentally change the way you view your Amazon business. This is my disclaimer, okay? So use this at your own risk. You're adding so much value to your listing without adding any additional cost for you or for your buyer. It's crazy, right? We do this using affiliate networks. Have you guys ever heard of an affiliate network? Name an affiliate network.
Amazon.
What'd you say? That was Yoni. ClickBank, there you go. That's an affiliate network. So affiliate networks will actually allow you and I to offer bonus products absolutely free to our customers, and they pay you to give away their free products. What if I said, hey man, you can go out and give away free Lexus all day long and I'll give you $1,000 for doing it? You think that's a hard sell?
Sure.
You'll do it? How many do you think you can give away? I think you have a crowd here that'll take one. These are called CPA, or cost per acquisition offers. All right. So let's say maybe Nike, or these shoes I fell in love with called On Clouds. Have you guys ever worn these? These shoes are remarkable. If you have sore feet, I highly recommend you try these. If you don't like them, I'll pay for them. Okay. They're called goofy looking, but they're called On Clouds. You guys heard of them? Anybody heard of it? Have you tried it yet? Amazing, right? It's life-changing. But let's say Nike wants to get the word out on a new pair of sneakers. They'll offer you and I an opportunity to give our customers a free pair of Nike socks in exchange for an email address. And then they'll pay us for doing that. So your customer actually gets a free pair of socks. Nike gains an email address of a customer that they then wisely use to market their new pair of sneakers. So we see this every day in consumer America, right? How many of you have ever entered a drawing to win something for free? Come on, be honest now. All right. Maybe you've entered a drawing to win a free cruise. Anybody ever fell for this one? Come on. Yep, we have one honest one here. I have two. Or maybe a free car, or free shopping spree, or some sweepstakes cash. All of us have done this. Let's just be honest. But what are these marketers really doing? What they're doing is they're building a contact list of consumers who are already interested in a certain product that they can market to. And they'll follow up through social media, email, retargeting ads, direct mail, text, and chat box. Right? Now, let's be honest. How many of you have signed up for something free? Tell the truth here. Look around you. You're not alone. We've all fallen for this. All right? That, to me, is sort of a little bit scamish. But if I were to tell you you can buy a pizza cutter on Amazon and cash in a coupon to get a free Domino's pizza, that's a pretty cool offer, right? How many of you would do that just for the pizza? All right? Check it out. Here's what you do. You're going to create what we call a value stack inside your Amazon listing using these complementing products. Remember, these complementing products are products that you don't have to touch. You don't have to think about. You don't have to fulfill. It's fulfilled by a third party. And when you do this, you're making your listing impossible for customers to make a purchase decision based solely on price, which is what causes the price to race to the bottom, eroding all of our profit margins, right? We don't want to compete on price. When your customer makes a purchase decision based on the value, then price is only one tiny element of that decision. And it forces your Amazon prospect to really consider the return on investment for their purchase. Is this making sense for everyone? I think I may have lost a few of you. Now, I want to tell you that this first example is a dramatic representation of what I'm talking about, just to get you to put your phone down and listen. This is not a real offer, okay? And it's amazing how many people say, where'd you find that offer? So I literally invented this offer out of thin air, okay? It does not exist, but I want to get your attention. So answer the question. Would you rather purchase a set of tires for your car for $250 apiece for $1,000? It's a fair price for a new set of 4 tires, right? Or purchase the exact same set of tires for your car for the same $1,000 price tag and get a free car wash, a free oil change, free windshield repair, and a free 32-point maintenance inspection. Now, which one of these would you choose? It's not even debatable, is it? It's not even debatable. Now, for $50, who can name the 4 bonuses that come with the free tire or the $1,000 tires? Yes. Come on.
The 32 checkpoint.
Checkpoint. Hey. Come on.
No,
Give me one more with no help from the audience. No phone a friend.
Car wash.
Car wash. Give him a hand, guys. All right. There you go. Oil change, car wash, windshield repair, and inspection. Now you can see the power in this, right? Let's see how we tie this into Amazon. What we're doing is spiking the price versus value ratio, making your offer the obvious best choice. Now let's look at an example. Here's an example of two identical products on Amazon, but let's pay attention to the value proposition. This product is natural magnetic eyelash extensions for $15.99. Okay, pretty cool. Probably wouldn't look good with my outfit. But this one is the exact same magnetic eyelash extensions, same price, actually a lower price, $15.27, but it also comes with these 4 free bonuses. Now, I don't know about you, I don't wear eyelash extensions, but if I were, and I wanted to make a choice, which one of these would you choose? If everything else is the same, I'm going to take the one with all the free bonuses. Who wouldn't do that? You wouldn't? Oh, you have a question? No, we're getting there. He asked me, do the bonuses reduce profit margins? Here's the key component. The bonus products are fulfilled by someone else. It allows you to add value without adding cost to you or your customer. Affiliate networks. Put a pin in that one. Thank you. Great question. But if I had to choose, obviously, I'm going to take the one with the free. Don't say the word free. I keep saying free, but obviously don't write free. Included or bonus or no additional cost. Now, let's look at an Amazon example, because right now you're going, okay, Sean, you're kind of funny and you give out money. And that rhymes too, doesn't it? But what in the hell does this have to do with Amazon? How many of you are with me? All right. Even Sebastian, he's not even looking. All right, let's assume that you identify this product, the pizza cutter or the pizza stone, sorry. And this is a great idea of something that you might want to sell on Amazon. But it's heavy, right? It's highly competitive. It's high price. It has a high minimum order quantity. So it's what we would call high barrier to entry. Is that fair? So it looks like a great opportunity, but it also has a lot of competition. What can we do? Well, if you're a smart marketer, you want to stack the deck in your favor before the launch, right? So you find a gateway product to build your list. So you look in what's now called buy it with, formerly frequently bought together, and you see this cute little green pizza cutter as an opportunity. So what you're going to do is build a highly optimized list selling a similar pizza cutter, but you're going to do it at breakthrough pricing and stack on so much value that the customer would literally feel stupid choosing another pizza cutter. So by adding on all this extra value, what you're doing is applying pressure to the offer with a bonus product. So you can literally offer a free Domino's pizza. This is a real offer to each order of the pizza cutter. So wait a second. You're saying my customer buys the pizza cutter and then they get a free Domino's pizza? It doesn't cost them anything? How many of you think that sounds too good to be true? Okay? Every one of you should be having your hands up. This is a legitimate offer, and here's the good part. You don't have to bake the pizza. You don't have to deliver the pizza. You don't even have to eat the pizza. And Domino's will give you $3 for giving it away. Ridiculous, right? This is a legitimate offer. It pays $3 per acquisition. Now, your customer buys a low-priced pizza cutter. They get a free Domino's pizza in exchange for an email address. Now, would you agree, if you're shopping for a pizza cutter, that's kind of an offer that's a little bit too hard to say no to, right? Yes? We have a popular pizza cutter that already sells well with this pizza stone. We price it so it stands out in that crowded market, and then we add more pressure with a free pizza. The pizza, my friend, is worth $17 plus tax and delivery. So here's what it looks like. Option one, you pay $12.99 for the pizza cutter, and what do you get? A pizza cutter. Boring. Option two, you pay $5.99, you get a $12.99 value pizza cutter, and then you get a free pizza valued at $17. Now, how many of you in this room are just a little bit stupid enough to buy the first option? I don't trust it, and I'm not giving an email address for a pizza. Just make one up, right? This is a legitimate offer. Now, isn't it reasonable to assume that anyone who buys a pizza cutter probably likes to eat pizza, right? Or cut Play-Doh if you have kids. So would this customer also be perfectly suited to launch a pizza stone? Yes? Everyone with me? Yes. Major retailers out there that you and I already do business with every day, except for Bed Bath & Beyond. I heard they just went out yesterday. They're gone. They want this buyer traffic so bad that they'll bribe us with $1 or $2, $5 or $12 to give their products away free. And we never have to fulfill the product. Are you guys enjoying this? Good. Now, why would the retailers like Bed Bath & Beyond want to go out of business so bad? I mean, why would these retailers want to give products away for free? You should know the answer by now. Anyone? Traffic, customer list, right? For post-purchase marketing. They have their sales process so dialed in, my friends, that they know exactly what the lifetime value of every single customer who downloads the app or eats the free pizza. They know what that's worth. It's not about making money on the acquisition. It's about the follow-ups. How many of you here paid for Amazon sponsored ads? This is very similar, right? These customers, we're willing to pay Amazon sponsored ads up front to bring customers into our sales funnel. Well, these retailers are just like you and I. They're happily willing to give something up in advance to gain a new customer. It's amazing how many of us will discount our product and give away free stuff and pay for sponsored ads, but we won't invest in post-purchase marketing. It's the exact same thing. Okay? So where do we find these bonus products to give away? How many of you want to know? Yes. Hopefully no one owned that stock when it went to 18 cents yesterday. Start with this. This is OfferVault. This is actually an aggregator of affiliate offers. They put all the offers together from the different networks, and then with one click, it'll take you to the network hosting the offer. All right, here's an offer with remember the magnetic eyelash extensions? These are the 4 items that were shipped free to anyone who purchased that $15 product. It's a eyebrow gel cream color. Your customer gets it for free, and you make $1.30 per lead. This changes everything, doesn't it? Your customer gets a free hair curler, you make $1.30. Here can talk someone into getting a free pizza. Everyone. It's making me a little hungry. There's some pizza back there. This allows you to increase your prices because we're adding more value, boost your conversions, gain rank on the page, build a customer list, the holy grail of it all, and then use that list to launch new products. This is what you call a win-win-win-win-win situation because you win, the retailer wins, the Amazon wins, your customer wins, and who else? You win again because you get paid. Get paid to play. That one's not on the test, Sebastian. So basically go to offervault.com, register, I'm not affiliated, scroll down and find an offer, and then just click run the offer, and they'll take you to the affiliate network that's hosting that offer. All right, here are 3 more that you can check out. ClickBank, which you mentioned earlier, ShareASale, and Max Bounty. Take a picture if you want, but I'm going to give you the entire slide deck. You guys good? Yes, Sebastian. Please, I need a drink. Good question. He says, what do you do when the offers run out? Which they do expire, but as an affiliate in the network, you get notified by text and or email that says you have about 90 days to finish this offer. So when I get to the next section, ask me that question again when we talk about the product insert, because that's important. I circumcised that out of this presentation. So maybe you're asking, what am I missing? How do I get my customers to opt in, right, young man? That's what he asked me. And how do I deliver the free bonuses? Well, there are 3 more elements that you need. Has anyone ever heard of a product insert? Well, we call that an attention-getting marketing device. And you'll find out why. If you ask me for my business card, it's legitimately an attention-getting marketing device. So you need the marketing device, insert, an opt-in page, and an autoresponder. But I'm going to make this super simple to understand. The attention-getting marketing device, it's delivered with your product. All it does is it explains to your customer how to redeem the free bonuses in your listing. And this is where I'm going to circle back, Sebastian. Don't ever make the marketing device specific to the offer, okay? You want to keep it generic because if the offer expires, you don't want to have to change all the inserts in your product. So thank you for bringing that up. You guys understand what I'm saying there? So make it simple. Redeem your awesome free bonuses or redeem your awesome additional bonuses here. Don't use the word free. And then it's generic. It goes to a URL. Okay. This marketing device directs them to opt in to redeem a free code so that they can get their pizza or their socks or whatever. Take a picture of this one. This is the entire funnel. And I'm still going to give you all the slides, but take a picture. I know it makes you feel good. You're like, what if he runs away and don't give me the slides? I do it all the time. As a matter of fact, I'm still trying to get Mr. Rawlings' QR code. All right, you guys got it? So this can be simple like this, right? The insert simply asks the buyer to scan a QR code to claim the bonus. So when the buyer scans the QR code, they're taken to a page that explains the offer in the listing. The page can be changed in real time, right? The insert cannot, so be careful with that. And then you need an opt-in page. Don't overthink this. MailChimp, for example, is an easy way to build opt-in pages. You don't have to be a funnel builder or a funnel hacker or learn some new talent or hire someone to do this. You just click create opt-in page, choose your colors, write the text, and it captures an email. It's super simple. All right, like this one. Choose your gifts, enter your email address, and click submit now. Super, super simple opt-in page. Nothing fancy here. But the page must offer value and customer service. It's not about you. This is about providing world-class customer support. Don't ask for something stupid like a review or anything that circumvents Amazon's ordering process. If you do, you're violating Amazon's terms of service, okay? We do this for hundreds and hundreds of clients all over the world, and we've never had any terms of service issues. So don't be that person that says, hey, I'll tell you what, go claim or leave me an unbiased review. Yeah, right. And I'll send you X against terms of service. All you have to do is offer value and make it simple. Next is the autoresponder. This is an email service provider. How many of you heard of MailChimp? Okay. Aweber? Okay. How about Klaviyo? That's my Shopify people over here. All right. This ESP stores the contact's information. It's a database. It's simple. It delivers your affiliate link automatically as soon as they opt in. Here's how you claim your pizza. Here's how you claim your socks. Here's how you claim your coffee or your Burger King. And then the customer follows your link to claim the bonuses. It's simple. Now, you can easily set up an automation inside your email service provider. I like to use MailChimp. I never use MailChimp for my own marketing, but for physical products, I like it because it's super simple to use. Have you guys ever used MailChimp? It's pretty intuitive, isn't it? Yes. Okay, now for $50, who can name the 3 email service providers? Yes, in the back. Come on, man. Come get your money. Give him a hand. What's your name? Robert. Good job. I still have 50s in my pocket here. You guys hate money? All right, so pay attention. We're wrapping this up right now. Here's an overview. Launching products on Amazon is risky. Getting ranked is very difficult in some scenarios, and some products are harder than others, right? Trying to launch and rank with paid ads only is very expensive, and launching with rebates, in case you've been under a rock for the last couple of years, is against terms of service. Amazon controls the entire customer's ordering process, so they make it really difficult for us to build a list, right? So the solution? Launch a low barrier product in the same niche with an amazing price. Add a lot of pressure to the offer by using OPP as bonuses, other people's products, and then show your customers how to redeem those bonuses with an attention-getting marketing device. Your landing page explains the offer, and then the customer list that you generate can be used to launch and rank your products. Make sense? Good. Here's the real difference. While most of you sellers out there are making sales to create customers, transaction, what we're doing differently is we're creating customers so that we can make sales. You see the difference? This tactic will significantly increase your Amazon sales in a way that most sellers are not even going to be aware of. And the only reason I can stand here today and say that with 100% certainty is because I see it every single day in businesses and brands just like yours. I don't care what you're selling. To get different results on Amazon, we have to be willing to do something different, right? Is this a little bit different? And I know that if you add this high volume gateway product, then it will accelerate your customer acquisition process and you'll make a lot more money while building a more valuable brand. And that's what we really want, isn't it? This was a very quick representation of this strategy. So if you like the short version and you guys want more explanation and detailed step-by-step SOPs, get your phone out because this is my call to action. All right. Next week, I forget what day it is, but I'm doing this invitation-only private Zoom call where I'm going to go step-by-step on these 3 strategies and give you an SOP with step 1, step 2, step 3 you can walk away with. And you are invited, since you're here today, it's going to take me 60 minutes to go through it. I'm going to expose all of those strategies, and this is the only opportunity that you're ever going to get to see that, okay? So if you have a phone, and I know you do, now's the time to go to seanstopsecrets.com or scan the QR code, and next week we'll hang out for 60 minutes, or you can watch the replay if you're in a different time zone, and I'll walk you through this entire strategy. You'll also immediately be delivered a PDF copy of my book, Private Label Millionaire Secrets, along with the one I just released a couple months ago called How I Sold an Additional 62 Million on Amazon and Change. All right. This QR code or that URL will immediately give you access to a PDF copy of all these slides. My name is Sean Hart. I think I came in under time, didn't I? Yep. And I want to thank you. I'll be hanging out over here if you have any questions.
Seller, so currently running three brands. Oh my God. I'm not good at this PowerPoint thing. So yeah, I'm selling in 13 countries. I'm based in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. I'm not a service provider. I'm not an agency. I'm just here to share my experience, share my my success stories and my failures as well. The reason I'm here is just giving back to the community. I've learned so much from being at these events. My major hack is go to as many events as you can. Jan is tired of seeing me around. Be active, answer other people's questions. When you answer other people's questions, you'll realize that you don't know all the answers, and you'll learn more from that as well. I brought you some information here that I just found out is outdated because Natalia looked at it and said, some things have changed, and you know we're always learning. There's no you don't know everything, and the more you learn, the more you realize that. And of course, connections, being around people, being around this community has brought me a lot of success and a lot of good insights. I'm currently selling in all of North America, Europe, Turkey just started. My next step is expanding into Japan and the UK. Yes, Europe and the UK. These are all of the countries where Amazon is present right now: India, Australia, Egypt, and Brazil. I do not sell in Brazil, although I'm based there. And Amazon is also expanding to Colombia, Nigeria, and South Africa later this year. So this is all the opportunities that we have. Is anyone selling? I know that this question was asked, but I didn't pay attention. Is anyone selling out of the States here? Where, of course, you. Where are you selling at? In Canada. Okay. Is anyone doing Europe at all, apart from Matt? Of course, you're German. Okay, is anyone interested in increasing their sales by 50%? Okay, awesome. So this is what I want to bring you guys. Something went wrong here. Okay, so I want to tell you a little bit of how to expand into the different places, what the challenges are. North America, of course, very limited to Canada and Mexico. There are 3 ways you can do it. People can buy your products from Amazon.com. So if I live in Mexico or if I live in Guatemala for that sense, I can just go into Amazon.com and buy products from Amazon.com and pay the local taxes. That's the easiest way to get products that are in the States. The other way you can serve these countries is through NARF. Does anyone do NARF at all here? North America Remote Fulfillment. Basically, you list your SKUs in Mexico and Canada, and when someone goes into Amazon CA or Amazon MX, they will they will see your listing with local pricing, and Amazon will fulfill those orders with US inventory. There's a higher FBA fee for you. It's a very, very glitchy and under-supported program. If you try to get someone in seller support to help you with NARF, they have no idea what you're talking about. They haven't heard of the program, although it's like 5 years old. And it's, you know, your products, they're eligible. They get eligibility and they lose eligibility randomly. I sell products with several variations, and you'll see a variation that is not eligible for, because it's Amazon just decides it isn't. So it's very glitchy, but it's a good way to start. The other way to do it is with local FBA inventory, just basically sending inventory to Amazon Canada, sending inventory into Mexico. That makes your offers Prime eligible. You have faster delivery. People don't pay import taxes. So when they buy direct or when they buy through NARF, there are import taxes and like 2 weeks delivery windows. And this does reduce your conversions. So you have higher conversions when you do that, and you pay a local FBA fee and not a cross-border FBA fee. Is it worth it? These are my sales in Canada. My best month with NARF had been $4,000. I was happy about it. It was just an additional sales. The month I activated local inventory, I 25x'd my sales and immediately ran out of inventory because I had no idea I would sell that much. I really could not have expected to sell so fast. Ran out of inventory in December, and this February when we went back, 35x. So we hit $150,000 as opposed to 4,000. So in 4 months, 3 months. So it's totally worth it. I did not send my full catalog there, just probably 30% of my catalog's there. And for the next shipments, I'm building up on the product selection. So I totally recommend you do NARF. You don't do NARF, you move from NARF into local inventory. The same is going for Mexico. I have high expectations on that. I did sell more in Mexico through NARF than I did in Canada. But Mexico is quite complicated and it takes a while for you to get set up. I'm going to talk about that. So in Canada, you can sell with a foreign entity. So you can use your US entity, or you can use a foreign entity to register. You don't have to immediately register for HST, GST, which are the local, like the federal and state taxes, provincial taxes. But if you want to import in your own name, you'll need an NRI, which is a non-resident importer number. But that's pretty easy. It also takes like 40 days to be issued. But I would recommend you start out with like BDP supply or something that would just send products into Canada and make it easier. And after you do that, you can, once you feel the traction, if you see it's worth it, then you can go into getting your GST. Having a GST also helps you recover some of the import GST. When you import into Canada, you pay this tax. So I'm not sure, like 5%, something like that. And when you sell, it works like a sales tax. People pay on top of your sale price. And once you have the GST number and you import under your own name, you're able to recover that. You're also able to recover GST that you pay on Amazon advertising, Amazon fulfillment. There's a lot of taxes that you pay to Amazon or for Amazon services that you can also recover. Of course, you have to have a certain volume for that to make sense. So wet your feet with some DDP shipments, try it out, and then move into that. In Mexico, unfortunately, you need a local entity. You need an RFC, which is a taxpayer registration number. That's the only way you can use FBA. You can even start FBA in Mexico if you don't have that number. It has to be your own. A few of the challenges with Canada is that the lead times are really long. You know that if you're importing from China, you're probably using Vancouver or Prince Rupert Port, and most of the sales and most of the population, to tell the truth, is based in the Toronto, Ottawa, Quebec area. And once your product arrives in Canada, it has to take a train to Vancouver. So it's a bonded train. If you're shipping in full container, your container will be shipped to the Toronto port by train, and that could take anything from 20 to 40 days after it has arrived to the Vancouver port. So you have to take that into account. Another thing I've seen people do is ship into New York or California and do a cross-border LTL truck haul. Works better for smaller shipments. Of course, you have to go through a 3PL in the States, then a 3PL in Canada, and then to Amazon. It adds a lot of cost, also adds a lot of time into the process. Plus, some people will use their US inventory to send to Canada, but if you're paying taxes, if you're paying duties on your imports from China, you could recover them when you're re-exporting them into Canada, but it gets a little tricky, and I would not recommend. I would really rather do everything through Canadian ports from the get-go. With Mexico, it's pretty much the same. They're very you need not only your local entity, but if you're a foreigner, if you're not a resident, you also need a comercializadora, which means you won't be importing under your own name. You have to import under someone else's name, and they'll sell it to you locally, and they make a small percentage off of it, like 3 to 6%. Does add a little bit of unneeded cost. It's a bit annoying, but if you don't have that, if you're not living there, you'll have a hard time making imports at all, and some despachantes, some customs broker won't even work with you because they don't want to sign under your name. So they'll rather do it for a comercializadora and themselves you. Also, banking is complicated. If you're not a resident, some banks won't give you a bank account. The good news is Amazon doesn't really care where you send the money, and it's different than the States and Canada and the UK. You don't need to use your registered entity's bank account. I don't know how that works, but you can basically give them any bank account and they'll send money to it. It does make it tricky for you to receive money from another bank account and pay your taxes, but I mean, you have to be creative and have a good accountant over there to make this work. Also, fewer shipping lines to Manzanillo, which is the main port in Mexico. So importing straight into Mexico is usually more expensive than importing into San Diego or Long Beach, taking a truck into Tijuana, and then truck delivering into Mexico City. Some people also use San Antonio for that, if you're more to the east side of the country. But it's usually a little easier. And you also, in that case, if you're sending products through the States, but they're going to Mexico, you don't even pay import taxes in the States. They're just going through the country as an in-transit shipment. Now, Europe, big market. UK represents it's like second largest marketplace for Amazon. Then come Germany, France, Italy, and Spain. And very recently, Netherlands, Poland, Sweden, and Belgium and Turkey have had stores open. And through Germany, you can also shoppers from Austria, Denmark, Finland, and Switzerland. If you go into Amazon.at for Austria, you get redirected to Germany, so all the sales come from there, and also Spain serves Portugal. And these are the countries where you'll be operating through. For Europe, you can use a foreign entity. You could use your American entity. This is a bit of a tax hack, but I'm not a tax expert. Everything depends on your setup or your other obligations. But if you have like an offshore company, like I do, my company is based in Hong Kong. I don't live here, so I don't need the extra tax liability in the States using a US LLC. So I use a Hong Kong entity. All of my sales, all of the money from the sales go to Hong Kong, and then I'll pay myself in Brazil. But if you do that as Americans as well, you don't need to pass those taxes, pass that revenue through the States and pay taxes here until you pay yourself. So in the States, if you have an LLC, you pay on your profits every year, even if you don't take any money out. But if using a foreign corporation, if you leave the money there, if you don't need to pay yourself for a while, it does help a lot with cash flow and tax savings. And that's why I would recommend if you're doing Europe, not necessarily using a US LLC to do that. Again, not tax advice. Ask Angelos about this. He'll probably have a better insight for you on this. Official requirements in Europe is if you're going to use FBA, if you're going to store inventory and ship from a country, you need to be VAT or VAT registered, the way I call it. So inventory and sales from a country, that's what triggers VAT nexus. I'm going to just talk about a few ways you can sell in Europe. Just like most of you have in the States, you can have just a regular account in Amazon France, for example. You have a French listing, French inventory, you're serving your own country the way you're doing in the States. So there's no, you're not connected to anywhere else. It does not prevent people from, in Germany, for example, from buying your products in Amazon.fr. Amazon will export your products. They will pay a higher delivery fee, and you'll pay the regular FBA fee. But you have like a local store, and you're only storing products in one country. I use France as an example, but that works for all of the 4 countries and in the UK. The other way you can do it is having inventory in one country, being VAT registered in that one country, and listing your products in other countries. So you'll have a listing in Italian, you'll have a listing in German, but your French inventory will be sent there. This way, you only need to be registered in VAT registered in one country. That's what they call the EFN, or European Fulfillment Network. It's very similar to NARF, but your products are in one country and they're shipped to all of the other ones. It also works, used to work well with the UK. So for people starting in Europe, I would always recommend starting out with UK because no language barrier, like a single place, but then comes Brexit and really divided it. So if you're going to expand, yes, UK for sure, it's the easiest. Then go to Germany, which is the largest market, and have that as your starting point. And once you have your VAT registered, this change, and this is what I just learned today from Natalia, up to a while ago, you would have to be VAT registered in 4 countries, Italy, Germany, Spain, and France. And if you were, you would be eligible to the Pan-EU program. And Pan-EU program works pretty much like Amazon FBA does in the States. Amazon would receive your products in one of the countries, and they would distribute your products throughout Europe based on their own algorithms and their own predictions. But I just learned that you only need to be VAT registered in 2 countries. And I would probably do Germany and France, which are the bigger ones, but you wouldn't get prime delivery in Spain and Italy. But these are like very much smaller sales. And again, if sales start picking up, you can always register later. Except in Spain, which is a real nightmare to get a VAT registration number. I haven't been able to get one after 2 years. Yeah, it's worse than Brazil. So in this case, you would ship your products to one of the countries. They'll be distributed by Amazon, and they go shipped everywhere. So you'll have people in Italy buying a product would be shipped from France or be shipped from Germany, from Italy within Italy. Amazon will do their distribution magic, and you just worry about putting products in one place. One thing I did not put in my presentation, but it's really relevant, is where to ship your products to. And my answer would be anywhere but Germany, because Germany is really, you know that, Germany has a weird way to calculate VAT and duties based on your sales price, not your product cost. So it's much more expensive to import into Germany than it is through Belgium, Netherlands, or even France. So what I'm doing today is my imports come through Belgium, and I deliver them to Paris. What's the name? There's a name for that. I'll ask later, but there's like this different way that Germany does their import accounting. And of course, France has been more central, and I found that your products get distributed faster if you go to France or Germany. So the de facto requirement, you have to be able to use PennyU. So PennyU is not something that you use. It's just a FBA fee program where you pay less, lower FBA fees if you are registered in these countries and if you have your inventory distributed. So you have to be registered in all countries that you want to have storage. And one thing that does happen, Natalia also told me that there's a setting for this. I haven't found it yet. But if you're not VAT registered in Italy, but someone buys your product from Italy, it gets delivered there, and they return the product, Amazon is lazy. Amazon won't send it back to your home country or for your original, from the origin. It will just send it back to Italy, and then you'll have inventory in Italy, and Amazon will say, now you have to register because otherwise we'll suspend your account. So Natalia tells me that that's avoidable. I have to look into that, but I've seen people go crazy because of like one unit being returned to a country they're not registered in and creating all sorts of problems. So yeah, that will trigger VAT nexus. And the PennyU has a money-saving tip. Well, it's part of the program, but Germany, if you're registered in Germany, Poland, and Czech Republic, you'll pay a lower, it's like 15% lower fulfillment fees for shipments to Germany. So basically, Amazon will store your products in Czech Republic and Poland and fulfill orders to the east side of Germany with that inventory, and that gives you a discount. And that, since Germany is the biggest country, it's quite steep. So your fulfillment fees could go, yeah, it's 15%. So that will add up. So what I did is I enrolled to the all 7 countries, UK and France, the 4 big ones: Germany, Italy, Spain, and Germany and France, plus Czech Republic and Poland. And these are all the VAT numbers I have now, except for Spain. I'm still waiting on that. But yeah, that does give you the discount, and it's worth the move. So UK, it's separate. You have to have your own VAT number there to sell there. Germany, Poland, and Czech, that's super recommended. And you could also have it in Spain, France, and Italy. And now I've also learned that Sweden and Netherlands will start having their own FBA warehouses. For the Netherlands, I would probably not worry too much because you have Germany and Spain, Germany and France really close to fulfill orders, and you wouldn't have an issue with delivery times. I'm going to explore Sweden because of the distance, and I've seen my listings there. My products are taking 12 to 15 days to deliver, and maybe we could have a little bit more conversions if we had local inventory. And you can also turn it off and deregister. You don't have to keep it for too long if it doesn't work. And with that, you can activate offers in 10 marketplaces. So apart from the 4 bigger ones, Poland, Netherlands, Belgium, Sweden, and Turkey, all fulfilled from this network with the same fulfillment fees. Belgium and Netherlands have very low fulfillment fees. So a product of mine is paying like €9 to be delivered in France. And for the same inventory that comes from France, they'll deliver to Belgium for $2.99, just because they're trying to put traction in that marketplace. But that does bring you complications. So you'll have now offers in 8 languages, 5 currencies. This does add a bit of complexity to your operation. So a few tips. VAT compliance. Amazon will ask you to use Amazon VAT services, which I did. Complete disaster. I legit hated every second I use that. The right way, find and vet a good VAT partner. With Amazon VAT services, they will assign you from their, I don't know how many they have, but they have like 5. They have a pool of 5 partners. I was assigned to one whose name I dare not say, but which I was never able to get on the phone with. They were terrible at answering my emails. And it came to a point that I was ranting on social media. And that's how I met Melanie. She came to me and said, well, let me help you. And she got me on the phone with someone from Avask. And I was still a client with the other people. I still was for another 6 months while I was trying to figure this out. But their people were really helpful. They were on the phone with me for like 2 hours. They went through all of my returns. And I was finally able to understand what was going on. And I'm not European. I'm not used to, I don't know how things work there. And I was really lost until I was helped by Avast. So this is not an empty compliment. I then left Amazon VAT services to be a customer directly from Avast, and can't say enough good things about the services I have. But by all means, ask around and vet people, vet other partners, but do not go into Amazon VAT services. That is crazy. So then also for listing building, Amazon will tell you to just activate the Build International listing tools and pick a source marketplace. So they'll say, select the US as source marketplace, and we'll copy your listings and translate them into all of the other marketplaces, languages, and adjust the prices. Again, it's Google translated, it's weird, and the price sync is not exactly what you'd expect. And if you make any changes in the States, so they'll make the same change in all of the marketplaces adjusted for currency and fees. So you end up with weird prices like 38, 57, stuff you wouldn't usually price your products as. So I would say the right way to do it is get your listings localized by a professional translator who understands keyword ranking. Create a different SKU for each inventory region. I'll go into that. But you don't want to have Especially if you're doing NARF or if you're doing EFN and pan-EU, because that's what I do. I have my inventory in Europe, but I also use my UK inventory to fulfill Europe if the product's out of stock. If you have the same SKU, you completely lose track of where your products are. And you can use the reports, but you don't have the visibility. You don't know how much inventory you have because it's the same SKU, but it does not break up where the inventory is located. I use custom FMSKU labels. I recommend you upload your listings and update prices via flat file and do it locally and not use the pricing tool, and upload localized images. I'll go into each one of these really quick. For localization, does anyone know how would you call this product? Brianna, how would you call this product?
Stroller holder?
Okay, so sort of, but diaper organizer caddy for strollers, okay? You could probably use diaper organizer for strollers, stroller caddy, stroller organizer, stroller diaper organizer. These are all keywords that you could use in the States to promote your product. How successful do you think you'd be in the UK with that title? 0. They would call this nappy organizer with an S bag for prams. So this is a good example, but there's so many other words that are different. And it's not that they won't understand diaper organizer caddy. They'll know what it is, but they're not searching that way. They go into Amazon.com and they're searching for nappy organizer or nappy bag. And if you neglect these keywords, you will lose a lot of sales. You'll just lose visibility in those places. And that goes for Mexican Spanish to Spanish. The same way with Canadian French to French. If you don't have someone if you don't have like a local translator who really knows the differences and understand how keywords work, you're going to have a harder time than if you did that. And of course, imperial and metric units. If you're selling a product that's 15 inches long, what does that say to everyone else in the world except for Americans? So that's a big one. And not only in your titles, but if you have variations and your variations use for example, if you're selling bottles or cups and they're 32 ounces, I have no idea what that is. You need to use the actual measurement or the title of your products properly. And also do your homework. Even if you use a translator, get data dive, create a master keyword list, send it to them and tell them this is what's relevant in that country. This is what I need you to, these are the keywords that I need you to use. And when you receive the translations, run data dive again on your own translated copy. Even if you don't understand what's there, you'll see if they've missed like the keywords with high search volume and high importance for your listing. So go back and forth with your translator. About using a different SKU for marketplace, I want you to generate a different SKU so you'll have a different FMSKU for each product. If you use the same SKU across all marketplaces for Europe and the EU, for UK and EU, it will generate a different FMSKU. But what I like to do is really, if I'm selling this product and this is my SKU, I like to give them a prefix with what the marketplace is and where it's going to. It helps. Please.
We came across a problem for this when we were selling internationally. What about using UPCs?
I would never recommend, I would always recommend you use FMSKUs. So UPC is the easiest, but the thing is, if your product gets hijacked and someone else is using UPC as well, you get commingled with them, and you have no differentiation if your product is yours or someone else's. So the FMSKU is unique to the SKU and the seller, and that's the only way you can guarantee that that product is yours. So if you're using UPC, slap a label on top of the UPC or next to it. But and then even if you're only selling the States, I would recommend you use FNCUs always. And I'll show you my FNCU label. So if you have different programs in the same region, like I do, I'm selling EFN and PAN-EU. You want to be able to trace your inventory. So if I have stuff being sold, so if I send products to Europe, to the UK, and it gets sold to France, I need to know that that's because it comes as a sale in the French marketplace in your reports. And if it has the same SKU as your French inventory, you don't even know what your cost of goods is. Because a shipment to UK may have cost more in shipping or whatever than your shipments to Germany or to France. And now you have no idea what the cost of goods of that sale was because you're using the same SKU. So it also helps with your advertising, especially with your reports. So if you're looking at sales reports, advertising reports, and you have, your prefixes like this, it helps you see what the sales, where they were, what campaign it was, or what product was sold. Again, if you have, when you advertise in PPC, you must know that you don't advertise the ASIN, you advertise SKUs. So if you change the SKU, you have to go there and build the campaign again or add the new SKU to your campaign. But now if you have a campaign for the UK, the cross-border offer, I can be in France and promoting my UK inventory, but the conversion will be lower because people are paying taxes and the delivery time is longer, and your bids can't be the same. You can't bid this. You can't have. You won't have the same ACOS. You shouldn't have both listings in the same campaign. So I would separate them if you're selling cross-border. That's something else. So FNCU labels, the ones that Amazon generates are usually the names. I forget the product there. The names are usually cut. You don't have the full product name in your in the FNCU labels. What I'll do is I'll create my own FNCU labels like this, where I'll add my SKU and I'll add the US. So that helps with the supplier. If you're shipping to different places, your supplier is making orders to different countries. They need to know where it's going to, so they don't mix it up. It just makes it easier, the communication, makes the invoicing, cost of goods tracking. It's something I really recommend you do. So I'll add full name, descriptor, a readable SKU. And this is something that I mentioned in another presentation of mine, but it's here. But I always build my SKUs with something readable. For example, US Hydro Flask, water bottle, wide mouth. I don't know what this is. 32 ounces black. So it's a strong lid. So I always have them really readable to make it easy to understand, to communicate. And soon enough, you have people in the company communicating through SKUs and not product names anymore. Of course, made in China has to be over there. Flat files are unique for Marketplace. So when you're going to build your listings, you have to download a template for France. You have to download a different template for Germany, a different template for Belgium. Even if the language is the same, you need different flat files. Categories don't always match. So a product of mine that's in baby in Germany had to go to home in France, and I don't know, in the UK, just because it's the subcategories, they don't make sense. But even the category numbers they use are the same. So you sometimes don't have the, you need to have like unique ones. And there's something else. If you're receiving a document from several documents from your translator with your listings that are translated, you have to save them somewhere. people usually do like a Google Sheet or a Word document. You might as well save your listings and save your translations in a flat file. It's the best place to save them. You have to pay attention that the units change, like I mentioned, metric and imperial, but not only that. European flat files use the comma for decimal separator. So if it's 39.99, it's a comma. If it's in the States, it's a dot, a final stop, I call it stop, full stop. And the Amazon system will not understand your pricing if you upload the prices with a full stop instead of the comma. So that becomes your data repository. That's where you keep your information. And that's how I recommend you do price changes. Every time you want to change your price, just do it in your flat files. You can hack. No, does everyone use flat files here for uploads? Do you know what I'm talking about? No? Okay, so it's basically an Excel sheet where you put all the information and you upload an Excel sheet and you build the listings and build the prices. You can have it look at an external sheet where all the prices are. If you do any changes to your pricing, you can just read that and you save it and upload it to Amazon. It just makes it really a lot easier to have all the changes logged. Upload localized images is something that if you simply change your images in the States, if you create your listings, okay, so here's what it is. When you create your listings abroad, you can change titles, descriptions, bullet points, everything, except for the images. So when you change images in the States, they will auto-upload to France. If you go to a French listing and decide to use an infographic in French and you update it, now your American listing also has the image in French, unless you use this tool called country-specific. I should have written this here, but it's country-specific image upload. It's hard to find, but there's a tool where you can actually upload. You have to upload all 9 images or all 7 images. But you'll say, this is my image number 1 for Germany. This is my image number 3 for France. And it's hard to find, but it's there. If someone wants to hit me up, I can send you the links afterwards. Of course, it makes the customer experience better. This is a listing in Germany, but the titles and the words are in English. Will they understand? Yes, they'll surely understand what it is. But if you are the only brand that has your infographics and all of information catered to the German audience, they'll probably appreciate that. Or think you're German and give you like, you know how that works. They're very supportive of their own sellers from their own countries, especially in France. Attention points, always translate your instructions in your inserts. That's quite a challenge in Europe. If your product has specific requirements, so if you're in toys, if you're in some more regulated categories, I don't know if you've bought toys from Europe. Usually receive like a little booklet with 18 languages you can choose from. It does add up. That's not necessary for all categories, but you want to have these translated as well. And if you're big in post-purchase like activities like Seth just showed us. You also want to have your landing pages translated. You don't want your French customers to go to a landing page and it's in English, and they don't. You lose. You already took them there, but now you lose their email because they can't follow up with the sequence. Make sure your product doesn't require specific certifications for Europe. They will be different from US. And this was already mentioned here, but France and Germany requires EPR, which is basically a tax you pay for the garbage your product generates. It's small fee. I think I paid like 300 euros last year and got a credit for this year because they actually go into your Amazon account and they see how much you generated and they'll charge you exactly for what you what that was. And do your market research. Make sure your product is culturally adequate for the area you're going to. And also look into opportunities of products that you wouldn't have thought of that may make sense. Remember when I was researching products for the UK? Hello? When I was researching products for the UK, I saw this thing that looked like a pillow with a handle. I had no idea what that was. It was selling like cakes in the UK. And it was basically a plug for your chimney. And I'm from Brazil. We don't even have chimneys in houses there. So that was something that was completely out of my radar. It's something that I don't know that if this is used at all in the States. So just something it's a draft stopper that you plug your chimney with. So just look into these nuances and products that make sense. If you're selling patio furniture, you're probably not going to be very successful in Japan because people don't have patios. Are we on time? Because this is like some. Mike, are we on time? Are we on time? Okay, so I won't go into matrices, but yeah, that was it. I hope this was helpful. And let me just give you a quick. If you guys want to get in touch, I'm on LinkedIn, Antonio@11brands.com. These are the service providers I've used. So if you want to take a picture of that for my for translations, for EU VAT registration, Canada VAT registration, Mexico entity registration, and I have my company in Hong Kong. These are my accountants in Hong Kong. So these are people who have helped me, and I trust and can recommend you to all. Thank you.
So I just wanted to say thank you very much for everyone who came today. This was ScaleForEtail's inaugural event in New York. So this event would not have been possible without you. So thank you very much for being a part of it. It is absolutely fantastic to see so many people here. So thank you very much for attending today. So as I mentioned before, ScaleForEtail is powered by 4 companies. That's Avast, Getida, Fortinet, and Signify. We've come together to try and help sellers in the community so that we can basically provide a networking space where all sellers can basically feel that they can go and get peer-to-peer support. You can go to ScaleForEtail.com and sign up. That's really good, and you get access to all the Facebook chats and all of the other resources that are available. And we are, of course, hoping to come back to New York very soon to come and see you guys again. This event today was sponsored by the following companies, and we couldn't have put this event on without these companies. So I'd like to say extra special thank you to Getida, Avast, Satisfy, Goldstein, Patent Law, Signify, and of course the Titan Network. Now, there are a few strategic partners that we do have in place, and one of those is the Titan Network. So I believe that they're on a similar course that we're on. So I'd like to invite Athena Severi from the Titan Network to the stage and just give us a quick 5 minutes, if that's good.
Thank you, Kevin. Hi, guys. Okay, so first of all, our network consists of sellers, right? As you can tell, Chris, he's also a seller. Matt, we've got a bunch of our guys here. And we're very, very picky with the type of partners that we connect with, because there's too many events that we go to as sellers, and it's just raining with service providers, and it's really uncomfortable, right? So one of the things I want to acknowledge about these guys, they literally created this entire environment for you. Everything here was so much value. There was zero pitch. It was literally just to help you. And I just really appreciate the fact that in a world where everyone's gone quite commercial, They're going the opposite. When everyone's going very virtual, they're trying to bring that human connection back. And I know the power of connection because that's what we do. We connect with each other. We have a beautiful network of sellers who started at zero and they've gone through their journey, because we ourselves know that at every part of the journey, you're going to run into issues, you're going to run into problems, you're going to run into things that you yourself want to know, how do I get to that next level without spending the months or even years it takes to get there, right? So I just wanted to particularly acknowledge, for example, with Avask, I've had some of my guys who've been trying to expand globally for years, and they just didn't know how. It was daunting to be able to figure out the VAT and figure out all the detail, but they were able to connect with them on a deep level, and they were able to expand their business rapidly. That's value, right? That's actually presenting someone that's going to create an effect on their business. I'll give another example with Gatita. Where are my Gatita guys at? What? Okay, so Yoni was at one of our events, and there was a guy there, and he's not even like the most massive seller in the world. He found $92,000. $92,000 that Amazon owed to him that he didn't realize he had, right? So the reason why I'm bringing this up is because I've been to some events, I'm not going to name them, where the service providers are all over you trying to sell you stuff. What these guys do is they sit down with you and they help you. And so I just really want to, once again, acknowledge them for what they do for our network, what they do for sellers, because Amazon is here so we as entrepreneurs can create a better life, so we can create the freedom for our children and for ourselves, so we can have all the dreams and things that we want to achieve. Because when it comes down to it, like we're talking about flat files, we're talking about post-purchase, marketing, we're talking about all these things. But when you bring it down to purpose, what are we really talking about? We're providing a service or product that's going to help somebody at the other end. And we're able to create a business in a way that, our parents only dreamed of, right? So I just want to take a minute to raise our imaginary glass to you guys, to the future, and the fact that we are all here as entrepreneurs to help lift each other up. I love the energy of New York. You guys are beautiful human beings. And I'm grateful to all of these incredible people who put this on and gave us a space to connect with each other. So let's really take a minute, look around. These are your people, these are the entrepreneurs, and these are people that actually genuinely care about you and your future. So thank you so much for everything you guys do. And let's give them a big round of applause. And now we get to connect and network with each other. Thank you so much, Nick. Thanks for having us.